Yeah, no, that'd be great. Okay, cool. Yeah,
No, I mean,
thank you.
so
Me too. Thank you.
seems like
Thank you.
we're now
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for July 11th, 2023. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Trustee Butler.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Korsbeck.
Yes, here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grace will be absent.
Thank you, clerk. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight wish to address the board on something that is not on tonight's agenda. We have one person signed up, James Robinson. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And esteemed members of the Board of Trustees, I just wanted to take the opportunity to come introduce myself because I work for you. My name is James Robinson. I'm the Chief of Thompson Valley EMS, your EMS service provider. And I've been remiss in not taking the opportunity to do this sooner, but I'm really thankful to be here tonight to introduce myself and to kind of lay out my philosophy about the services that we provide briefly to you. I'm a veteran of EMS. I've been doing this my entire adult life since I was 19 years old as a volunteer EMT, and I worked for 26 years for the city and county of Denver before retiring from the city. And I'm very blessed to serve this community and the community of Loveland and other parts of the Thompson Valley Health Services District. What I've come to learn about EMS over that time is that it's founded in trust. It's founded in the trust between the people we serve and the people providing care to those folks. And we don't take that lightly. And the type of trust that I'm talking about is you calling me at 3 a.m. to come to your home and take care of your most precious family members. And you welcome us in the door without ever asking if we know what we're doing, if we're criminals, if we have ill intent toward you. You welcome us in and you let us take care of you, and you let us ask you very personal questions. You let us put our hands on your bodies. You let us take your clothes off to examine you. And all of those things represent the type of trust between a mother and a child. And we owe you in return our best effort every single time. And that's what I pledge to you and the members of this community, that we will always do our best every time. And that goes from the frontline people that may arrive to help folks to everything we do in the administration of the organization. We are deeply humbled by the opportunity to serve, and we thank you for your trust, and we will do our best to uphold it.
Thank you very much, sir, and thanks for coming in tonight. Introducing yourself. We talked briefly before this about maybe a study session agenda item for you guys to come in and give us a little more detail, but it's a real pleasure having you here.
Thank you. I appreciate the warm welcome and look forward to more conversation.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak under public participation but did not have a chance to sign up? All right. Seeing none, we'll move on now to consent agenda. Trustees have any items they would like removed from consent agenda?
I'd like to move the 348 Massachusetts one for further discussion.
Okay, 348. Is there anything else?
I would like to remove item B, which I believe for the minutes.
Okay, June 13th, 2023 minutes. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items B and E?
Make a motion to approve consent agenda minus items B and E.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Trustee Murphy has moved on consent. Trustee Ayers has seconded. Clerk, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Butler.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Mayor Korsbeck.
Yes. All right, consent has been approved minus items B and E. And we'll start off with item E, 348 Massachusetts Avenue. Since items removed from consent agenda will be considered next. So Trustee Hardy?
Yeah, the Historic Preservation Committee met last night regarding this issue, or this application. I should say it's not an issue, but application. And they had 2 recommendations that I wanted to bring to the attention of the board to be added so that it would be acknowledged by the board as well. The Historic Preservation made recommendations that the applicant change the stone inlay that's on the base, that's on the foundation, to something that's more in line with the era of the building being made, and also kind of what's being used around town, which is more of a block stone rather than the free-form stone that they recommend, or that they're asking to use. The block stone being more of a layered block, something like you'd see on the use of foundations in many of our older homes in town. The second request was the use of the exterior doors. They thought the doors were looking too modern and wanted something again that looked more craftsman oriented with vertical attributes to it rather than the horizontal windows that they're proposing in the door usage in the application. So those were the two recommendations that they'd like to have the applicant address and bring back to them or to town staff for further approval.
All right, Administrator Kirk, is there any problem with that, or do we have, did the applicant acknowledge this?
This meeting was just last night at 5:30, and I don't know if they're on tonight or not. I think Brian said they might be, but
Okay, they are,
Yeah, they should be.
is the applicant on the phone, or online tonight? The 348? We might just want to pull the application until,
Right, what is the applicant?
I'm talking with Abby.
Abby is online.
Abby, are you there?
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute myself
That's all right.
there. Yes, I am here to represent the applicant tonight.
Okay, how do you feel about the two alterations suggested by trustee Hardy? The stone inlay and then the exterior doors?
Yeah, can you go over the exterior door comment just one more time?
the exterior doors they felt were too modern looking, and with the horizontal windows and the glass throughout. We were looking at some of the original doors that were on the building, and they had vertical panels. And they felt like if you could find a door that represented more of what was historically on the building with those vertical panels, something that more closely matched the historic nature of the building.
Gotcha. Okay, yep, I will note that and we can discuss and talk with Brian about that.
But other than that, everybody commended you on the work that's being done and the fact that we're having a historic building restored and not just torn down and
Yeah,
rebuilt.
it's
something new.
fantastic.
So
Yes, we are very excited. We appreciate that.
Very exciting. All right, trustee Hardy, do you want to move on that with the two suggestions?
I move, let's see, what is all the verbiage that we have on that?
There's not going to be any.
I move to approve the application based on the recommendations from the Historic Preservation Committee regarding the stonework on the foundation being more of a block orientation and using doors that are more historic in nature that match the craftsman style with the vertical inlays.
Okay, and this is for 348 Massachusetts Avenue. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by trustee Hardy, seconded by trustee Murphy. Clerk, may we have a roll call vote on item E?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Ayers. Yes. Trustee Butler,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Kurzbek.
Yes. All right, next one to be considered is the June 13th, 2023 meeting minutes. Trustee Murphy?
I just had a minor correction on one of the motions we made regarding caring pathways. Point 2 states in the minutes as stated, operations are limited to Monday through Friday. I recall specifically in the motion that that was specifically directed towards the space and number right now, the retort operations, to be more particular, actual cremation units. So it was just a clarification.
Yeah,
that I
so
wanted
you're
to
saying that the retort was Monday through Friday, but if there's any other activities, that wasn't, that could be any
Yeah,
other
that
time?
was not included in
Okay.
the motion, as I recall.
I wasn't there that day, so is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of a, I would say, a
Was the
little bit
retort
better clarification. They could
operation,
operate
was
7
not-
days a week to the public, but only run the cremation services
Yes.
themselves Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
Perfect catch. Clerk, can we have that updated?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think we gotta move on that too. Trustee Murphy, do you wanna move on to item B?
I'll make a motion to correct item B as stated.
Okay, trustee Murphy is moved, is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Hardy is seconded. Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Butler,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Carsway.
Yes. All right, now we can move on to our regular agenda items, and we'll start out with item number 2. That's the Mountain States Children's Home presentation by Walter Williams. Welcome, sir. Administrator Kirk, do you want anything to add before? I should have turned it over to you. Okay.
No, that's fine.
Welcome.
All right, good evening, Board and Mr. Mayor. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak here this evening. I'll have a few minutes. Mountain States Children's Home has been around since 1960. We're located just south of town on 287 headed toward Longmont. 155-acre farm. We help at-risk youth, children anywhere between the ages of 3 and 17, but our average age is 14 to 15 years old. We provide a school where they improve an average of 4 grade levels of academic achievement per year. Our counseling program rapidly eliminates the areas of therapeutic concern, helps them learn how to manage trauma, that sort of thing. And we also have a counseling program and 6 homes where the children live with house parents. Our goal is to reunite them with their parents whenever that's possible. But a lot of times, the parents, the home life will never be good. So when they turn 18, what are they going to do? We've established a transitional living program, which is right here in Berthoud at 619 Mountain Avenue. Our property is located right across the street from Fickle Park. And as we all know, that's a very highly traveled area. And we really want this property to look better than it does now. It's a nice facility to grow with. And the transitional living is very huge for children that don't have any support system at the age of 18. It's life can be quite scary at that time. So this property is going to give them that support and love for many years to come. It needs work. We have a lot of plans to improve the overall beautification, the beauty of it, the aesthetics, and make it look nice for downtown Berthoud. This is my hometown, and I really want it to look nice, and it needs to represent the programs that we have. As you can see, it needs work. The sidewalk is the reason I'm here tonight. We'd like to improve that sidewalk. We're asking for your consideration to help funding through the sidewalk cost share program so that we can improve that part of the property. We've received our 3 bids so far. They range between $3,400 and $6,500 to do the improvements. And our plans are to have it completed this year. So we have everything in place, permits, construction, bids, people to do the work. And we just want a beautiful property to represent Berthoud as well as our program. And I believe this would be a good win-win for both the town of Berthoud and Mountain States Children's Home for many years to come. We're very happy to be here. So with that, I hope you consider helping us fund this through this program. And if you have any questions for us, I'm available, and we'd just love to have that funding.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much. Administrator Kirk, do we want to talk about this in particular tonight, an alteration of the program, or?
I think my suggestion would be, since it's the next item on the agenda anyway, we were gonna, we brought to you some suggestions for how to handle Flagstone within the context of the cost share program. As you recall, the Flagstone is not allowable expense, Flagstone repair or replacement. So we've made some suggested adjustments to that program. We could also at the same time, under item 3 on the agenda tonight, discuss whether or not you want to open up the cost share program to other
Nonprofits.
entities beyond what is currently allowed. So it might be best to just do that in the context of the overall discussion.
Okay, I agree, that makes sense.
Are they planning on restoring the sidewalk to be Flagstone, or?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Mr. Williams, would you have to come to the front, just because of the cameras and stuff? What are your plans, as far as this replacement, would that be concrete or mud jacking, or?
It would be concrete, yes.
Would you be open, if the program we're just about to add would be to help out with Flagstone, to mud jacking and leveling the Flagstone, or?
So our executive director, Nick
Oh,
Mears, is here
sure.
as well. He might be better
Please.
suited to field that.
I mean, go ahead.
Nick Mears, I'm the executive director of the Children's Home. We would certainly be open to that. The problem is the Flagstone, probably over 50% of it is non-repairable.
Sure, okay.
So
Yeah, and I guess that's something we can discuss after this, if we open it up to nonprofits, which way you guys want to go. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I make one
Yeah,
comment
please.
about sidewalk related? I just want to thank you for bringing this program to our awareness. I didn't know it existed. And I'm just so blessed to hear that this is in Berthoud. and that there's properties in town that are gonna benefit some at-need youth. So let us know as a town how we could even more beyond this program come alongside you guys and assist in any way to make it look beautiful downtown and welcoming, but also a great environment for those the people who are using the facility.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Said,
Just to comment on that, this program reminded me of some of the things I attended at CML this last month about creating that middle housing for people that are in transition, that need housing assistance, that would normally not be able to maybe get an apartment in a community that like Berthoud. So it's nice to see that it's gonna be continued to be used as a transitional housing situation, because communities are trying to find creative ways to do this. So to see someone actually investing that, I
Yeah.
think hopefully will be a trend to other developers or other investors in the town to do more of this middle housing.
If I may, Mayor Karsbeck, before we move on to the next item, and I don't know if this has been discussed or not with the folks from the Mountain States Children's Home, but we do have a facade grant program for properties along Mountain Avenue. So without knowing all the details about what they intend to do, we can certainly sit down and talk about eligibility for that, but our facade grant program allows us to fund up to 25% of the cost of facade improvements, up to a max of $10,000. So
Would that
Anyway.
include sidewalks?
it does not.
oh, that's great though. Well, thank you very much. All right, is there anything else, trustees? Okay, we can move on now to the sidewalk cost share program. This will be an update by Keith Noel.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes,
I am going to recuse myself from this topic as it would financially benefit me to be involved, so I'm going to
okay,
just be above reproach and step out. if that's
okay, sounds good. Well, shoot, right. That involves me
Complicates
too, then
things,
I don't have a
doesn't
pro temp, so I'll have to be in here too. I don't know how that benefits me, either way, I gotta do it, so. Yeah, Keith Noel, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm bringing the sidewalk cost share plan update. A couple months ago, we were talking about the 5-year plan, 5-year sidewalk replacement plan. As also mentioned, why isn't Flagstone a part of the current cost share program? There we go. So where we're at right now, the current sidewalk cost share program started in 2020. It was created to help single-family home residents cover 50% of the cost for the concrete sidewalk repairs, trip hazards, broken pieces and such. No spalling, nothing cosmetic. It had to be like a concern for public travel. Flagstone repair was not a part of this program. How the program works, to kind of publicize it a little bit as well, applicants can get an application online. They can get it through town hall. They fill out the application, submit it to town hall. We then receive the application, we call the resident. Staff goes out there and talks about the sidewalk with the resident and the best plan of action in order to repair the sidewalk, and if it qualifies. The resident then goes and gets 3 bids from contractors. They can choose the contractor they want. The town will only reimburse up to the lowest bid for the project though. And then as they go through it, town staff goes out and inspects the sidewalk as the sidewalk work's being done, just as if the town was doing the project, but we're going out and inspecting it for ADA compliance and making sure everything's fine during the process. We then approve it that it is ADA compliant, and then they get reimbursed. So the update we brought to the cost share plan to include Flagstone in this plan now is to allow Flagstone sidewalks to qualify based on, if you know, if there's trip hazards or and so forth. The reimbursement would go up to a maximum of $3,000 compared to sidewalks of similar size yards. Quotes I heard from some residents, I feel like this is gonna work for the majority of people. Homes that have like a side corner, a lot of Flagstone, might not for them. But I think for the majority, most people just have Flagstone in the front yard. It's not a very long strip. I think $3,000 will definitely help them out if they actually have repairs that go to that cost. And really, that is the update I brought for you. There's, we looked into other towns and how they do it, Denver, Boulder. Their sidewalk programs are just a little different than ours. To kind of keep our same program, our current 5-year plan going, current cost share plan going without reinventing something new. We think just adding this flagstone as a way to qualify, and then also that $3,000 maximum works for us, yeah. So, pass it to the board.
How did
Thank
you
you.
come about the $3,000?
Trustee Hardy, go ahead.
How did you come about the $3,000 amount?
So talking with one resident that got a quote, I kind of measured their linear feet. It was a few dollars higher per linear feet than the actual cost we have for concrete going on right now. So
It's not a significant difference, but how many feet was it? Was it 75 feet, 50 feet? Because most of the lots in Old Town are 25 feet wide. So depending on how big your lot is, you're either gonna be 25, 50, 75, maybe 100 feet wide.
this was one of the corner lots. So it was a lot of flagstone. And their quote came in around $10,000 to do all.
Yeah, they're gonna be having at least 75 feet width along the street front and then another 150 along the side street.
Mhm.
So is there a way that we could maybe change the dollar amount to say per 25 feet so that a 2-lot one will only get 2,000, a 4-lot wide will get 4,000, a corner lot would get a little bit more because, you know, I don't wanna punish the people that have the nice corner lots, but and then the people that have smaller lots are gonna benefit more than somebody else possibly, but if we could do it by a linear foot price rather than just a per resident price. Cause some of those corner lots are more elaborate looking houses and would probably be more likely to want to restore and maintain the flagstone sidewalk. So,
I think, yeah, it's up to the board to discuss.
I think if I may, I would suggest that rather than try to do like a per linear foot cost or something like that, for simplicity reasons, we could say if it's a corner lot with sidewalk along 2 frontages rather than 1, that we could increase the reimbursement to 5,000 or something like that.
okay.
I don't know that it necessarily need to be doubled, because obviously there's some mobilization costs and things like that that aren't any different in a construction scenario if it's, you know, half a frontage or a whole frontage. But that would be my suggestion if we were gonna do something unique for corner lots. We do already cover 100% of the cost of accessible improvements, so if you have a corner lot, we already cover the expense 100% of the ramp improvements that need to be made to bring it up to ADA compliance. That's already part of the program.
Then are we gonna be providing on this application, you know, I sent out some contact information on contractors that can do the work as well as locations like in Lyons that still sell the flagstone to replace blocks that have been damaged beyond repair that you can buy a new section to put in that would match.
Did you see that by chance, that email?
I replied all to everybody to see that to be, because I was suggesting that we build a web page like Boulder and Denver have that talks about the historic sidewalks, how to maintain them. They put contact information there and contractors in the area that can do the work. They listed vendors for the sandstone where you can buy replacement pieces if you need them. I really wanna do our best to encourage our historic areas to maintain the sidewalks and I just think it's part of the charm and why people buy properties into Old Town. I'd encourage the Mountain States property, even though it's a commercial property. Our main street is, you know, something to be desired and appreciated, but you know, except for the sidewalks. So I'd like to at least reach out to the commercial ones on Main Street to also maintain if possible. Because there's not that many left on Main Street, but I know on that side of the street across from Fickle, I think the majority of that sidewalk is still flagstone.
Maybe I'm
but-
just suggesting here with the brochure, maybe we could add in some contractors for that, for
Yeah.
both concrete and for
Yeah,
flagstone.
that's what I was sending back in those emails.
Yeah, typically
It was a
we
nice little
don't
flyer.
promote contractors,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, I mean, in nearly every case, if someone calls town hall, we do not make recommendations. We don't even provide contact information. We let people find their own.
That makes total sense, but yeah, I guess I'm wondering if Denver did it because a mud jacker might not be as easy to find as a concrete person. But
Yeah, or they may have gone through request for qualification
Yeah.
process and qualified certain in a fair way that would have made it open to everybody with somebody making some sort of evaluation on it.
Is there a way, put a disclaimer saying the town doesn't recommend or endorse these contractors, but,
Yeah, I think that'd be very difficult to draw that distinction.
okay. Cause I just wanna remove all the hurdles possible because, we're humans, we like the easiest path possible, and if the easiest path is to have you come knock on the door and say, hey, I'll put concrete out here, let's all sign here, that's easy. Doing a little bit more work and having to put more of the burden on the homeowner to go out and research, find a contractor, go through the whole process of bidding, they're gonna take the easy path, and I don't want to just have people sign off and destroy a historic part of our town because it was easy.
Yeah, my thinking is there might be some degree of people, one person does it successfully, they'll talk to their neighbor who's interested. I get your point, but if we can't list contractors, which I see now, my thoughts are, you see one group do it successfully, then the rest might ask about it, who are passionate.
That's what I see, is there's a half are passionate, half are not passionate.
Right, and
Half don't like it.
and then, yeah, which is a reality, we just
I
gotta,
told them there's a
Yeah.
program coming and it's just like, you
Yeah.
don't even have to tell me about it, I don't wanna do it.
and Denver's was, reading Tim's email seemed to be similar, that it's still a choice, how you wanna replace it. Since there are cracked areas, Mountain States is, if those have to be removed and replaced with concrete, we wouldn't do a concrete cost share just for those portions, right? Like individual pavers that are shattered, and those will have to be removed,
Right.
instead of replacing them with flagstone, they might just wanna put concrete in there. So I guess what I'm saying is we either have a flagstone program or a concrete program. But I think a lot of our neighborhoods are gonna have to have some kind of merger, right? A little bit of concrete, a little bit of flagstone.
Mhm.
Okay, so you
Right.
can either qualify for one or the other, but not both.
It's all
We
or
only have
nothing.
one program right now, right?
If we approve this with the flagstone,
It's just one,
It's
it's
kinda
just
hard.
one program. I don't know, most residents, and especially if we're talking about the Old Town area, everyone's kinda caught when there's a 5-year sidewalk program coming in. And a lot of them are just waiting for that to come through and then work on their sidewalks. But most of the people either, are you saying some residents have both flagstone and concrete or?
yeah, or they're gonna need to replace, and even says right here, if you have multiple cracks, that's gonna have to be, must be replaced. So if that's replaced with concrete and the rest is flagstone, you probably can't qualify for both programs, right? So you,
That's not, those would be a unique circumstance, you know, I think we just work with people on that.
Okay.
I would assume they would try to find a stone.
Yeah.
You know, I know one of the residents from this year is planning to sell his, so.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the people wanna keep it so far and use it throughout the rest of their property, but we'll see how this goes. If we end up getting a surplus of flagstone, I'm not sure. Because I think we have talked about if people want to donate it to the town, we'll take it, and then maybe we can work that in the future. So right now, it's kind of the first year, we don't have that surplus, no one's giving us the flagstone.
Yeah.
People like it, they just want it as a sidewalk, so. But I think we can work through that and
good point.
It's kind of surprising to me when you buy an old home like that, those old homes aren't easy
Mhm.
to deal with, so. But, I don't know.
Any other questions or suggestions for Mr. Knoll?
I'd have a couple.
Go ahead.
Just to, I guess reiterate this maintenance plan, it's a 5-year plan, is that a 30,000 budget per year for the 5 years? Is that what-
No,
Not technically, it falls under the ADA sidewalk repairs fund, which is at 500,000 right now, so. We don't get up to 30,000 a year. We'd like to get there, we'd like to see more people participate. So it could increase from there, yeah.
Okay. And hypothetically, a resident replaces the flagstone, and then it's inevitably gonna move, down the road. How would we handle that if it's, say, year 3 after we've cost share, help them repair it, and then it's got more issues with out of compliance? can they still submit another claim?
Those are the unique things I haven't figured out. I would assume so. Assuming that we got to like inspect the process of them installing the flagstone, I can't see it shifting and moving that much that quickly, but and I know
Not
tree
likely.
roots and stuff do that. I think that's what you guys can talk about if you can reapply multiple times. It's a lot of paperwork on our end.
What would happen if someone had concrete and it bulged or cracked in the first 5 years or 2 years?
In general, we would expect them to replace and repair it. I mean, I think that's,
Full cost on them. Okay, so same applies for those that have concrete sidewalks versus having flagstone.
yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there's always a chance that we can evaluate unique circumstances, but, you know, what I don't think we wanna get into is the town continually, you know, paying for and replacing people's sidewalks. If they're installed properly, they should last a lot longer than 2 or 3 years. And so, my hope and expectation is that that would not be a regular occurrence. Flagstone might be a little different. There's flagstone sidewalk that was replaced just a couple of years ago, and it's already shifted enough that it doesn't meet ADA compliance. For whatever reason, flagstone just doesn't, I don't know if it's because it's bedded differently or it maybe in that instance, they didn't, we didn't have the program in place at the time. We didn't do the inspection of the sidewalk, so they may not have compacted the sub base, provided proper base material underneath.
DIY
So
versus
again, I
professional.
would hope that in this case, in the sidewalk cost share program, we would be inspecting the work that was being done and making sure that it was done to what we would consider to be appropriate standards for the right of way. And then hope and expect that that will last more than a few years. But I guess if we start to have that problem on a regular basis, we can always come back and share that with the board and talk about what we should do different, if anything.
Okay, so by design, it's one application, one and done.
Yeah, again, I mean, if
Maybe
the
the rest-
sidewalk's poured properly, it should last for
It should, right.
a lot longer than, you know,
We have the steps in place to inspect, to make sure it's not a
Yeah.
DIY project,
correct.
so they only get reimbursement after we.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just kind of thinking through some of those scenarios. That's all I have.
Good question.
How do we feel about adding commercial or nonprofit to this? Given light of the previous presentation from
Well,
Mountain States.
it only applies to a few commercial properties that have flagstone in front, which would be basically on Mountain Avenue.
This would also apply to the cost share program too, right? Or for concrete too, right? Because we don't,
I think that's a question. I think there might be some legitimate justification to supporting sidewalk cost share replacement for commercial properties or multifamily, the things that are not currently allowed under the cost share, if they're gonna maintain the flagstone. Maybe there's some, you know, public benefit there where the town is gonna step in and help support that project in order to maintain some historic character in front of those multifamily or commercial properties. But I don't know, I think that's a question for maybe,
I think it's a policy question.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have the trustees have the ability to think that through and I think you can make that distinction. You could say nonprofits only with flagstone, commercial and nonprofits with flagstone, and exclude the concrete. I think all of that's within your discretion.
and the sidewalk cost share concrete is anywhere in town, right? Cost share? Okay, so we could make an exclusion saying just the Mountain Avenue overlay.
I mean, I think you could, I think what Attorney Smith is suggesting is that there's some policy discussion in there. There's also just kind of the broad question of, you know, if part of the reason why we excluded commercial, multifamily and industrial properties is that the idea was to help homeowners, right? Who don't have the ability to go out and raise funds in different ways. But also because that was just in the sidewalk cost share program that we used as an example and a template, we felt like that there was some good sense to that. Not because we think necessarily that they should absolutely be excluded from the program. So the board could just say, this is open to any property owner in town who wants to repair or replace impassable sidewalks that the town will just support. funding 50% up to a maximum amount. And we could just do that broadly for the entire program.
For Flagstone related only. Or,
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's a policy question for the board more than it is
Yeah, I mean, the constitutional base proposition is the giving away of public money serving a valid public purpose,
Sure.
right? So,
Yeah, in my opinion, to promote, if we're trying to promote just pedestrian activity, any kind of hurdle gets in that way, you know, so if it, to me, it makes sense to open it up. Or if we have some kind of hesitations, maybe we do for like a special, like what Mountain States is doing and coming in, maybe there's some kind of special process where they have to apply in a different format, maybe coming to the board or.
I think practically and reasonably, from my perspective as the town administrator, it'd be simpler just to open it up to any property owner in town, but to cap it at a maximum amount. And if you have a big property, well, you just happen to get a little less from the town in terms of the contribution. And we can decide what that appropriate amount is. As Keith mentioned, we don't go through kind of the whole amount we set aside each year for this program, but we also have more funds than what we set aside that we can tap into if we suddenly get, you know, a huge number of applications. And so, if, you know, if we wanted to change the program to say any property in town can apply for the sidewalk cost share program, that we will repair up to 50% of the lowest bid, or we'll fund up to 50% of the lowest bid with a max cap of $3,000. And if you have a, you know, multiple frontages, it's $3,000 per frontage. That would be the simplest way for us to handle it. Certainly from an administrative standpoint, it's also a relatively fair way to handle it, and that every property owner in town is eligible. And then if that turns out to be a problem, we can always come back and ask, so.
Does everyone feel that? Yeah.
And that would be that wouldn't be exclusive to concrete or flagstone, it would be broadly applied, so that $3,000 cap would be concrete or flagstone, wouldn't matter. 3,000 per frontage. And any property owner in town. That's probably the easiest way for us to administer the program.
Was it work for you, trustee?
Are we at the discussion point?
I'm just, everyone else is giving me a nod, I didn't know how either.
You know, looking at the revised program, I think staff strikes a really good balance here, by capping at 3,000. Obviously flagstone is gonna cost more. I come down largely on the side of accessibility being the priority, and there are struggles with flagstone moving and shifting and stuff. But we have the historic nature of the town and the sidewalks that's important to consider here. So I feel like this strikes a good balance. I like opening it up to nonprofits. I think that's a good direction to go. I'm hesitant to open it to commercial just yet. But overall, I'm very happy with the revisions and including flagstone. I think it's the right terminology, right specifications to actually assist in that. And just tackling some of your comments, Trustee Hardy. You know, I live on a corner lot. It's just part of the game, you know, in my opinion. You know, when you take on the corner lot, you know, there's pluses and minuses, and, you know, shoveling sidewalk and doing repairs, like, it's all part of it. But I would lean against, you know, adding for different kinds of frontages. I would just keep it at the $3,000 personally. But that's my thoughts, I guess.
Trustee Ayers, anything else or thoughts on this?
As far as commercial and nonprofit goes, I think it's a good idea to help out, especially with the flagstone for nonprofits. I would be okay. I'm kind of hesitant to help commercial with just concrete, but if we can help them out so that they would keep that historical flagstone, I think that would be justifiable. As far as the double frontage, I don't have a thought one way or another.
All right. Interesting. Okay, trustee Hardy, do you have any feelings?
Well, my main focus on this was just to preserve the historic nature of the town, whether it be commercial, nonprofit, residential. We always hear comments about, yeah, how bad the sidewalks are, but you also hear comments about how nice our town looks and feels with that nostalgia of history of these 100-year-old sidewalks that no one maintains because they're not easy to do and it's not easy to find contractors to do the work. I've repaired the sidewalk several times myself. I used to live at 617 6th. And, you know, that was 50 years ago, or 40 years ago that I did those. Yeah, I would have been 5. No, I was 10 or 12, a young husky kid. So 40 years ago. But anyway, I think that based on how those neighborhoods are built, you know, how we how we divide those all into 25-foot wide lots, we could make the program kind of fit how that neighborhood was developed in the first place. And then I don't want to punish somebody who lives on the corner lot by only getting half of what they need when it's twice as much to do. So I'd like to give them a little benefit of the doubt to encourage them and not discourage them. My whole goal here is not to discourage homeowners from maintaining the history of their neighborhood that they bought into. There's a reason why they bought that house in that neighborhood, and it's because of the history. So I just want to eliminate all possible hurdles that would want them to change the look and feel of the historic neighborhood for convenience. But I also understand the accessibility is very important. And we went through this several years ago when we started putting the ramps on the corners. Some of the corners weren't done because of the fear of cutting into tree roots and killing the trees off. But yet, there's a house over on the corner of 7th and Franklin that they basically cut the roots and halfway of the tree trunk to fit the sidewalk in. So that thing kind of, you know, makes me wonder, it's like, okay, why did we do some? Because they didn't want to cut into some tree roots 5 feet from the tree, but yet here we're cutting into a tree to put the sidewalk in. But again, accessibility is definitely number 1. 2, it's part of our keystones to maintain the historic nature and feel of our town. And that's why we're doing things like the Main Street overlay and our renovation of 3rd in Massachusetts and things like that. So I just want to get those hurdles eliminated or as low as possible to help maintain that character that they all bought into. So, and if the town can assist with that, that'd be great. And I'd love to find a way to curate those web pages like Denver and Boulder did. And if that means I do it on the Berthoud Main Street website, I'll get board approval over there to see if they can do that. But I don't know what that does for us, but I'd be willing to, or even if it's just a personal website that I do, I'll list contractors and stuff that can do the work because I want to help as best as possible.
Sure. Okay. Trustee Butler?
Well, I agree that I think accessibility is the priority here. I think this is a very friendly program to assist our homeowners that are ultimately responsible for their property and sidewalk maintenance. I'm in agreement with this program. I agree that we should simplify it. And I'm leaning towards staff's suggestion of keeping it simple with the max of 3,000 per property. I'm open to all properties, nonprofit and commercial. If we're gonna do it, let's just do it. Keep it simple.
Okay. I 100% agree with you. I think just, to me, it's about accessibility. We should just look at that as property owners. If Trustee Ayers kind of had a good compromise here. If we want to limit commercial, we could just say Flagstone only for commercial. Nonprofits, we'd have the full program. Is there any feelings one way or another on that?
I agreed with his comments on that because there's not a lot of commercial in town with the Flagstone sidewalk still in front of them because they have a wider sidewalk frontage anyway, generally down in Old Town. They've got the 10 or 12 foot. I was trying to breeze through my head here of which commercial properties still have the 4-foot or 3-foot flagstone sidewalks. Oh, see, there's only I don't know, half
Okay.
dozen,
Not
maybe?
many.
No, there's not many at all.
Would that be a good, does that work with you, that kind of compromise there?
I think I could support that, yeah.
Okay. That work for you? Okay. So right now we're at great program. The only alterations would be opening it up to nonprofits for both concrete and flagstone assistance. And for commercial would just be flagstone assistance. Is that where we're at?
What about rentals? Because it's talked about rentals in here too. 'Cause there are some rental property. Rental occupied homes,
Yeah, there's a lot of, yeah,
It's still residential.
I would call that
they're still
residential.
residential, okay.
Yeah, I
I
think the,
just
I think
saw-
the
I
program
saw-
is specific to multifamily.
Oh, okay.
Properties.
Cool, is there anything else? For as far as alterations? Staff, any questions on that? Maybe?
So just to confirm, or you guys will make a motion, I suppose, right?
Yeah, well, it's it's an update. I don't know if we're taking,
So let's clarify.
We
Motion
can
possibly would
bring
be-
back an updated resolution. We adopted the sidewalk cost share program via resolution, so we can update the draft, bring back a resolution and change the program officially that way, and that way you can kind of see it all in paper. Would that make sense?
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
And in that case, then we should confirm and clarify kind of the direction that we're receiving. That is to simplify the program. Are we going to open it up to everybody or maintain a residential focus only unless it's flagstone, in which case maybe any commercial, industrial, or residential property, any property with flagstone could apply for the sidewalk cost share program? Is that what was being
right,
suggested?
and we're putting nonprofit in with,
Only for flagstone, so any property that has flagstone could apply for the cost share program. Any property that's gonna replace with concrete or that has concrete that is being updated or replaced, that would still only apply to single family residential, or do you wanna open it up?
opening it up to
Nonprofit
nonprofits.
as well.
Okay. And then are we good with the max cap of 3,000 total or 3,000 per frontage? Or some other number that the board is comfortable with?
Any strong feelings either way? I know,
I kind of want to give a little bit more benefit to the corner lot. So 3,000 for the front and then maybe 2,000 for the side, like you suggested, Chris. If they're a corner lot with an existing sidewalk, if they're a corner lot with no, because there's quite a few corner lots that don't even have the east-west sidewalk. It's only north-south that has a sidewalk. So I don't know how impactful that would be by adding the extra 2,000 for the corner lot, because there's not a whole lot to have them.
you had some hesitations with that being on the corner
I
line?
would lean towards just keeping it as is.
Okay.
If we wanna go back and revise, or we've got, wild appreciation for this program, I feel like we can certainly expand it. I would be very supportive of that if we have citizens out there actually.
I would be
fixing things.
fine with just the frontage. If there's a option that a homeowner that does have flagstone on two sides of their property could come in and ask for a variance.
That's an interesting idea. Okay.
Mhm.
Does that work for you, Trustee Murphy?
Yeah.
Or maybe,
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a variance,
Yeah.
well,
Right,
he's
He's asking
asking
for
like an
additional
exception for
relief.
flagstone only, yeah, yeah.
some sort of exception.
Which I guess staff can, we don't have to think on the spot. Staff could mull that over if that's,
Yeah, we'll bring you back on the resolution and you can tell us if you want something different.
yeah, okay.
Um,
Here's some options on that.
Yeah,
Because I can't think how many properties actually have two sides of flagstone. I don't think it's that many though, because I think most of flagstone runs north-south with the exception of Mountain Avenue and Wall Street.
one last issue that we haven't talked about, and we'll have to consider how we handle this. It occurred to me, somebody mentioned, I think it was Trustee Hardy, said 3-foot sidewalks, and it reminded me that public right-of-way accessibility guidelines require 4-foot minimum
That's what I thought.
width for accessibility.
I said 4 foot first.
Yeah, you did. But in cases where flagstone is only 3 feet, we'll have to consider how we handle those.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, we could reach out to Denver, maybe Boulder. Is that what you reached out to before? How they handle those ADA?
Yeah, I don't know where any 3 feet sidewalks are. I mean, I know where some concrete ones are, but not flagstone.
Yeah, I don't know how wide the flagstone sidewalks are. It just had occurred to me when you mentioned 3 feet. I know we have some 3 foot wide concrete. And if the flagstone is 3 feet, that would be an interesting challenge, but I guess we'll talk through it
Yeah,
if that.
It becomes
we think
3
that's gonna
feet
be
when
a
the
problem.
grass grows over the top of it.
Yeah, that's probably true. Anyway, we'll sort that out, but just something I'll mention, we'll sort out before we come back.
Okay.
One comment on trying to decide how to handle if someone has more linear foot, maybe it's instead of a frontage, you know how many frontage they have, it's just if it's more than hypothetically 75 feet, then it qualifies them for more reimbursement.
Yeah, I think we can have a tiered approach in that
Threshold.
way.
Well, that's why I suggested the 25-foot increments, because in Old Town, there's some lots that are only 25 feet, some are 50, most are 75.
Well, and I think what we had talked
Some
about
are 100.
originally, was that, what kind of spurred this conversation, if you'll recall, I think, was that we had homeowners in areas where we were going to replace the sidewalk. And we told them we either were gonna replace it with concrete or they could pay to have the flagstone replaced. They said, well, why don't you at least give us what it would cost you to install concrete, and then we'll replace the flagstone, pay the difference. So I think there's some easy ways for us to calculate like what is a reasonable cost per linear foot of 4 foot sidewalk, because we know what kind of the per square foot cost is. And then we could create a really easy graduated system based on that, but we'll think through that maybe before we bring it back. I think that's some good.
Keep it simple, but
Question and
have some
feedback.
threshold, just based off linear footage, whether it's straight run, turns 4 times, it doesn't matter.
Because
Yeah,
that's what makes
I
Old
think
Town
we can
unique,
figure
is
that
the
out pretty
size lots.
simply.
Okay. Well, great.
They don't build like they used to. You buy 1 lot, 3 lots, 4 lots.
Cool. So we got, nonprofit versus commercial and residential, the width at 3 feet. If what you can apply for as far as flagstone and or concrete. And then the threshold versus by the distance. Okay, does that work for everyone?
Yeah, so no
Okay.
motion tonight, we'll wait for it to come back.
We'll bring back a resolution and an updated program just direction.
Thank you, Keith. This is fantastic stuff.
Thanks, Keith.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thanks.
You want to pick it apart. That's really cool what you did. Okay, Mountain States, I'm sure we gotta wait on Keith, but you guys can work with Public Works on that. All right, we can move on now to our Vantage seventh filing. This is a preliminary plat and this is a public hearing, just quasi judicial. So we'll have our town planner introduce this, we'll have the applicant, and then open it up to the public for your testimony. Afterwards, we'll bring it back to the board and board can ask any additional questions and then go into deliberation.
Should we get trustee on?
We probably should, thank you.
Green room light. Yeah, it's me. We need like we're on air and then we need to be off air and she doesn't come back.
All right.
I already went through the 3 other agenda items we forgot.
Welcome.
Many apologies. Good evening, Mayor Karspeck and members of the Town Board of Trustees. So tonight we're going to be hearing the Vantage 7th preliminary plat. This slide illustrates where it is located. It really is somewhat of an infill development. It's one of the last phases of the Vantage development. So you can see North Berthoud Parkway is on the west. The northern boundary is Water Avenue. Lakeview Avenue is to the south. And then you can see Bunyan Avenue is quite a few feet to the south of that. So this slide really is for members of, excuse me, the audience that might not be familiar with the land use planning process. We have a pre-application process where the applicant developers, they meet with the town staff. We provide input and direction, and then they do go back and prepare their application materials. And the application is submitted. We perform a completeness check. We send the application out for referral comments, school district, fire protection district, et cetera. Staff reviews and provides comments as well. We provide that information to the applicant so that they can address. We have lots of meetings with the applicant, and then we do schedule the hearings and provide public notice. Then, as Mayor Karspek noted, that we are at the public meeting hearing phase tonight. Staff will give a presentation, the applicant will give a presentation, there will be the public hearing, and then discussion and vote. Then after the hearing, depending on the outcome of the hearing, there would be conditions of approval that would need to be addressed, signing of documents, recording documents, and then we have our internal records management process. So this evening during the hearing, again, it will be staff presentation. That's what's happening right now. Then the applicant will provide a presentation, and there will be a public hearing, and then the discussion and vote. So at this point in time, I am going to turn it over to Will Charles from Baseline. He has been processing this application from the start. And so he is going to come up and tell us a few details, and then the applicant's representative is also here, and they have prepared a presentation for you. Do you have any specific questions regarding the process for me? All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can I state my name?
Yes, please.
Will Charles, planning consultant with Baseline, 112 North Ruby Drive, Golden, Colorado.
All right, thank you.
So for tonight, as Ann mentioned, this is for Vantage 7th filing. As you can see by the number 7, this is pretty far down the line of these Vantage subdivisions. This one, as she mentioned, is also very internal to the property, so it's completely surrounded by those other portions of Vantage and then the former, West Haven over there on the west side. So getting into kind of some details, this is about an 8.3 acre property, zoned R3. This property was rezoned from a planned unit development to this R3 back in 2016. And then a neighborhood master plan came before you in February of last year. So as you can see from this picture, this is actually pulled from that neighborhood master plan, so you can see that. I know it's rather small on this picture, but that kind of duplex style with some interior kind of courtyards where all those duplexes will front. Getting into the actual plan, so this is the preliminary plat, so you can kind of see, each of those kind of small rectangles would be one unit, so 2 of them together would be that duplex. And there's a total of 60 units over these 8 acres. Going into your neighborhood master plan, your zoning map, you can see that it's zoned that R3, and then the remainder of Vantage is that R1. These were all zoned this back in 2016, same for the other portions of Vantage as well, where they went from that PUD to R1. Then getting into your future land use map, there is a discrepancy between your zoning map and your future land use map for this portion, where this calls it out for this parks, recreation, and trails place type. This was discussed as during the neighborhood master plan phase back in February of last year. And it kind of influenced why the plan is designed where it is with these courtyards and open space. And I'll let the applicant get into a little more of that since I wasn't here at that point. And they'll have a little more historical knowledge. But yeah, so there is a little bit of a discrepancy between those two. But as I mentioned, it was discussed and moved forward with this plan through that neighborhood master plan phase. So getting into the criteria for preliminary plats, there are 7 of them. So the first one is consistent land use and functional system of land. So as mentioned, this is kind of an infill to that Vantage subdivision, so it's kind of connecting a lot of roadways to the already existing, you know, traffic and utility systems that are existing out there. The next one is consistent with that concept plan or neighborhood master plan. As shown, it's very consistent with that plan, and it's nearly identical to what was proposed. The next one is consistent with that preferred land use map and the zoning district map. It is consistent with the zoning district map. Then I've already kind of mentioned that discrepancy on the land use or the future land use map. The next one being that utility and transportation design is adequate. As mentioned, you know, this is connecting to all those already approved and either under construction or existing utility systems. The next one being that negative impacts on adjacent land uses are mitigated. Since this is all part of this same development, you know, those nuisances are likely to be at a minimum. The next one is a need or desirability within the community. So kind of just for, you know, through that history, this being approved for rezoning in 2016, and then also this neighborhood master plan getting approved last year, there is, you know, desirability within the community for this type of development. And then also, you know, the applicant has chosen a lesser used land use with these duplexes where it allows for, you know, these alley loaded garages, and then also these kind of more communal open spaces for these front yards for the community. And then the last one is the applicant addressing public comments. There were notices sent out as well as, you know, sign postings, and nothing was returned for those. And that is it for my presentation. As mentioned on this slide, Planning Commission heard this about a month ago and also recommended approval. I can answer any questions you have.
Okay, any questions? Baseline.
So you're stating that in the concept plan, this is originally approved as a park?
It shows it as this parks and open space. You know, looking at, I don't want to call it an error potentially on this plan since I wasn't there when I was adopted. But in your 2014 comprehensive plan, this was listed as a residential area. And then, you know, it had this 2016 zoning that was approved for it. And then this plan came through. And then the neighborhood master plan was after it with this duplex development.
I think it's safe to say that that was an error in the comprehensive plan map.
So from the very get-go, when they first came to us before any houses were built in this, I'm trying to remember back that far, it's been quite a few years. Were there houses there or was there a park there?
This was, I believe what Bill is saying is that there was residential planned in this
Right.
area, not a park.
And you can kind of probably see where the error probably came from, is that the communal park with the pool and everything is directly to the north of it. So that might just be a pretty simple carryover across those two open spaces, as it looks like on the map.
And if I may, jump in, the future land use map is also a visioning map. It's not a zoning map per se. So it really does look like it was an error in just the mapping product itself, because it was zoned for R3 back in 2016. That was approved, and then it was just, one of the conditions of approval is, does it meet with the comprehensive plan? And so we have to tell you, there is an error with that future land use map, and we're just pointing that out. So it's not as if it's a strict deviation because the town board of trustees approved the zoning.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I'm getting at, it's like this drawing that you put up there with the big red circle around it.
This one?
We went clear back, because I mean, this has gone through several things, like where one brother owned the right side, one brother on the left side, one sold to a developer, and then the developer ended up buying the whole thing, and then it got reduced in density. I'm like going back through all these revisions in my head, trying to get this one straight. And I do remember seeing a park in the center of this thing. So I'm just trying to remember, it's these gray lines that you've got in here representing at what stage of the concept plan were these housing units drawn in?
I think the simple answer is that the zoning is R3 and the comprehensive plan can't take that zoning designation away and make it a park. So even if that was the intention, we couldn't downzone the property that way. So the approved zoning for the property is R3.
I'm just trying to figure out if this is like, oh, hey, you know,
The park is
we got some
immediately
land,
north.
let's go ahead and use this and build some more houses in here and change it, because we've had plans come through before where they've come back and said, oh, we're not gonna build the the duplex homes there, we wanna build a 7,000 square foot housing project in there now.
Right.
So I'm just trying to think back to day one, how this has changed.
Well,
But again, I think the simple answer is that it's zoned R3.
Please continue. Please.
Else for me? I think that's it for me, unless you
Oh,
have
okay.
questions.
Okay, if, do we have anything for baseline, anything else? Okay, thank you. Thank you. The applicant, Ms. Turner.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Kristen Turner. I'm with TD Group, 444 Mountain Avenue in Berthoud, Colorado. And so we'll start with location. You've seen this already from what Will and Ann showed you, but this just kind of shows you the whole Vantage subdivision. And that red portion of it is the part that we're talking about tonight. And as you can see, it is right in the middle of this overall subdivision. So it really is an infill piece of this project. And just to super clarify, because I was here at the very, very beginning of Vantage. It's funny, I was looking back through the files the other day at all the different project names. So back when it was Trails at Sugar Creek, East Haven, West Haven, and then Vantage. So it's on its fourth and final name. But back in 2015, 2016, 2017, when we were working on all of these and bringing forth all of those various plats, from the very beginning, this has always been shown as housing in this location. It has always been shown as an R3 portion of the property. The park has always been shown just to the north of this parcel. So the error is on the land use map, which is a newer revision with the updated comp plan, but it's been consistent from the very first concept plan all the way through zoning and platting. When Vantage was first envisioned, that this was intended for housing. So hopefully that helps.
So a lot to intake, because lots of meetings.
What was that?
All these little squares and blocks and stuff all start looking the same, especially when you work on multiple developments.
I know they do. They absolutely do. So it's a good question. So I just wanted to start with the approved neighborhood master plan, what you're seeing on the screen on the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side is the preliminary plat. Really, the purpose of me showing this to you is simply that what you saw at neighborhood master plan is exactly what we brought forward at platting. So there have been no changes to the layout. The vision that we talked about and that you approved at neighborhood master plan is exactly what we proceeded with for this subdivision. And so here is that just the preliminary plat without the neighborhood master plan next to it. So just to kind of roll back to the beginning of Vantage too and remind you of a few of those big ideas that we implemented for the overall subdivision and how they were incorporated into this one of these being the soon to be one of the last filings for the subdivision, that those ideas are carrying through. So one of the big ideas for Vantage was open space and pedestrian connectivity. They were huge components of the overall plan, how we could move people through the open space areas without having to cross too many roads. One of the stories we told at the time was that we could take a kiddo that lived in the northwest corner and move them all the way down to the southwest corner, and how few roads they would have to cross because of the trail system moving through the open space areas of this overall development. So with that in mind, this is right in the middle of the property, and we did make sure that we're continuing those connections. So you'll notice along the western edge of this property, there is an open space belt and a trail system that runs all the way from the southern boundary of this tract to the northern boundary of this tract. And that's gonna help create those connections from north to south. There is an overall trail system that runs all the way from the south end of the property through this central corridor. It does connect up to the park just on the other side of the street here, and then it continues all the way to the northern edge of the property. If you look at our western property boundary, that area just to the west of it as well, that is the extension of the green belt on the single family detached side. So we're adding to that green belt that's already there and just making it a little bit more robust with this infill tract. We also have these pedestrian connections that move from the west side of the property across to the east side of the property. So we're pulling people from that main trail connection over to Outlook Ridge Parkway as well. So these are all rear-loaded duplexes or paired homes, whatever you prefer to call them. So what we're going to have in this area is a really pedestrian-friendly feeling part of the community. All of these front doors along Outlook Ridge Parkway, that one's a mouthful, and Water Avenue, those front doors are all going to load onto the street. So you have porches and front doors there. You won't have any interruptions with driveway breaks. Those driveways will all be located in the back. And for any of those units that are not facing onto a public right-of-way, they are facing onto a shared green common area. So that it has more of a park feeling for those folks to spill out their front doors into. So we always really like that feel of those rear-loaded products. It makes it really easy for folks to use the sidewalk system in the neighborhood, kiddos to ride their bikes around, and there's no concern about those interruptions with driveways and cars pulling in and out. It focuses the drive aisles a little bit more. The other thing that we like about this infill project is that we're just bringing another product type to town. You know, primarily Berthoud has single family detached housing. Paired housing is just gonna be a different type of product type. It'll, you know, provide a little bit more appeal to folks that are looking for something different that may be somewhere else in kind of that housing life cycle. It may appeal to folks that are just kind of starting out and need something a little bit smaller, or maybe folks that their kids have left for school, for college, and they're looking to downsize a little bit. But again, just starting to bring some of those opportunities into Berthoud so that there's different housing product available. So those are really the key components of this. It's a really small little piece of the project. And beyond this one, there's only one more little piece left to Vantage. So we are down to those last few little infill pieces, but it's consistent with everything that we've been showing all along. We're excited to bring a different product type to Berthoud. And at that, I will leave it to any questions that you might have.
Thank you. In conformance to our new policy, we'll open it up to public comment and then board can ask questions.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Turner. At this time, I'll open up the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this? If so, if you could come to the front, state your name and address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. If no one signed up, did anyone not have a chance to sign up in the room here? Do you have anyone online by chance?
There are not, Mayor Perspeck.
Okay, I will close the public comment, bring it back to the board for any questions.
Yeah, this kind of goes along lines of what I learned recently about more middle housing, which is good. But I do have a question about the choice of housing, because I saw lots of great examples at CML of this type of development, of creating communities. Why the attached duplex versus maybe just a smaller home? Is it just builders prefer to build it this way? Is it, what's the reasoning for a duplex versus just smaller homes that are side by side?
Do you want to answer that one?
If so, if you could come to the front just for the
Yeah.
microphone, thank you.
Kim Herman, I'm with D.R. Horton, 9555 South Kingston Court, Inglewood. A lot of municipalities want a certain width for a single family home, and that doesn't allow for as much of a density. And to make sure that this property could house and make sense to have the number of homes that it does, we went with the paired home, also to give some diversity of the product type.
So is it our code that doesn't allow for like a 26-foot wide lot, or, I mean, how wide a lots are each of these duplexes on, and if they were built separately, detached, how wide would the lot need to be?
I would have to look to confirm all of that. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. Currently, the lots are,
I think Stephanie might be
We have-
checking that. What I can tell you though is that the code does require some product diversity standards as well. And so even with different sized single-family detached, it would count as single-family detached. Unless you have a significantly different size, you have to meet a criteria for below a certain threshold, and then there has to
So if we
be.
said single
delta.
family large, single family medium, single family small? Is that what
No,
you're
it
saying?
would be like single family very, very small and then single family much larger.
Because right
um,
now our definition is just single family. And
Correct.
that could be a 800 square foot house or a 9,000 square foot house.
Correct. And so to meet product diversity, you know, we also have to provide different product types, including things like a duplex home will count towards a different product type, a townhome will count towards a different product type, multifamily.
And that's what I'm getting at, is like, do we need to do something in our code to help developers as yourselves to build a single family home that's say 1,000 square feet, that would be half of one of these duplexes? Because I know, talking to some other developers, they said, well, your lot sizes are different, I need a 26-foot wide lot. And your code doesn't really accommodate that, but I think it does now. Because we've done things for Habitat and for Mission Homes. So that's what I'm just trying to get at, is like, why the duplex versus a single family small home? Because I think those sometimes might be more desirable to a homeowner, because then they feel like they're more independent rather than kind of living in a duplex. Because I don't know, me growing up, duplexes were always kind of like where the poor people live, but not necessarily, I mean, I don't want to bash anything, but I'm just saying the stigma, just
Same as small.
Right.
having a single family house, you know, because we have a lot of little tiny homes in Old Town Berthoud, they're on 25-foot wide lots. And we also have duplexes and stuff, but there's just that desirability, like I feel more independent and I own this lot. I don't have to share it with anybody. So I'm just kind of curious to see the duplex versus, you know, triplex and townhomes and.
No, I think that's a
some of
great
these small
question.
farms.
These plans were also developed prior to your new code as well. So your new code allows for a little bit more flexibility in those small lot, single family detached. This obviously is under the old code system. And the consideration for the product type happened before your new code was implemented as well. So I would say your new code does allow for that option. You still have different product diversity mixes that you need to hit, but there were just different criteria in place for this subdivision, seeing as it's an older one.
Yeah, you can thank CML for this question, because I probably would not have asked it. But after attending many little sessions that day and seeing the communities are being built with tiny homes and small single family homes and these multi-homes on a single lot that create little compounds. It's just got the gears turning on how things like this can be built, and you're definitely on track with a lot of the things that were discussed there. Yeah, I was just curious, you know, about, you know, doing the smaller single families, like, you know, small single wide modular sort of thing that, you know, some communities are even doing. That are built offsite and then brought in to bring the cost down and make these things more attainable. So,
Yeah,
but I'm-
absolutely.
I'm appreciative of a smaller project to be attainable product.
Other questions? Any other, trustee Murphy or trustee Hardy right now? All right, other questions? On the west side here, that backs up to a road, correct?
No, it
No.
backs up to a
That's
green
open
belt.
space.
Thank you. Okay, so there's no need for a tree lawn there. And then on Higgins, I guess in our code, we don't require tree lawns on like inside roads, right? Okay.
No, on private roads, we wouldn't require.
Okay, so there's like 6 right here. Those are just
So we're showing trees anywhere that we have landscape space available, even if it's along a private drive.
Thank
On the opposite side of the street, for example, those are all driveways, and so there isn't sufficient space to put trees, plus it would create hazards with people
yeah, that makes sense.
backing out.
And but you have them along the sidewalk like cuts for when the pedestrian goes through there?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and these are really more like alley loaded, right? These are, for all intents and purposes, like a rear loaded, alley loaded product. Right, so the front door is facing the green space.
Kind of like south of Hazen, to Town Hall here.
Other questions?
Do you have an idea of what the price points will be for home ownership on these?
We don't yet.
What you're calling a trail on the west side, is that like a sidewalk size? Is that like 4 feet or is this actual 8 foot?
I believe it's a sidewalk size.
Okay. Well, this is kind of related to that question, but has there been any update working with this developer on finishing the last section the first section that was originally 4 feet along the ditch. There was talk about
Yeah, so
sharing
the
with the developer.
irrigation that was installed prior to the conversation we had at that meeting is right up against the sidewalk. So it would require some major irrigation changes in order to do that. We had our construction observer go out and take a look and see if it was kind of practical to widen that concrete. And he didn't feel like it was without major expense. And so we haven't really taken it beyond that.
We gotta move from 4, okay, so that front part's 4, right? And then we already approved 8 feet for the next section.
I honestly can't recall, but I think that's correct.
Yeah, to our regional. So there's gonna be some kind of weird point here where,
It'll be narrower.
yeah, which might even be more of a safety thing too. Okay. Other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
How does everyone feel about this? Anything standing out? We go down the line. We can start with trustee Murphy. Oh, sorry.
Did you wanna ask for any public comment?
Did I not already?
Yeah, he already did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
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 My heart, you're always right, so
sorry.
that's like the one time in the entire, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, trustee Murphy?
Just taking a look at this, thank you Administrator Kirk for bringing it up. From what I recall, that is a straight up error in our land use. As far as I've seen, this has been slated for a higher density product of some sort or another, as long as I've been watching it. But that said, I like the design. Having duplexes is a really needed housing type in this town. And just to add personal comment as an architect, when we're talking about middle housing and stuff, in my experience, when you've got products that share a party wall rather than, independent houses, you get cost savings, you get energy efficiency, and those can directly pass on to the actual homeowner. So I would hesitate to steer our code towards independent dwellings unless that's an aesthetic choice we want to make, because that's probably the primary benefit of having a smaller detached product. We're going for affordability. The more shared walls we can have in these developments is beneficial from cost perspective and an energy perspective. But overall, I think the layout is right, and I think I'm for it, put it that way.
Okay, trustee Butler.
I support this. I recall it being R3. I think since the beginning when I was involved in planning commission, this whole concept plan came before the town. I think this layout's great. I'd echo trustee Murphy's comments about the duplex and affordability and sustainability. So I think this makes a lot of sense as an infill. I support.
Okay. Trustee Hardy?
Yeah, I'm definitely up for the middle housing thing, and just wanted to clarify, I understand the whole concept about duplexes, but we just see a lot of them, but after seeing some of the presentations I saw of some of these newer concepts of building plans of energy efficiency and cost savings, and seeing some of the single family detached products that they were showing at the convention. The conversation that I'm talking about was creativity in your development. And it was pretty neat how they came up with these other ideas, because sometimes there was only 2 acres to build on. There was some school district that needed school housing, and they used 2.5 acres to build a bunch of single family homes for their teachers in the area. So, and I'll get to that in my reports later on, some of the things I learned, but I just want to make sure that we're creating opportunity and partnerships and easy pathways for developers to meet those criteria of having multiple housing types. And so that's why I kind of prompted the question, is to see what the answer would be if maybe we're still not creative enough in our code to allow for even more diversification in products. Because there is a desire out there for those different products. So, and I think with energy codes and things that are being done with building standards, I think we can still build very efficient, energy efficient and cost effective homes, separate and combined. So just things to think about for the future of where we're going with development and how to build. So, and I just don't want to block those opportunities, and I want to open those up and encourage more of this type of higher
But this one-
density, affordable, attainable housing situations, so.
So you feel pretty good about this one? Support?
Yes,
Okay,
because
thanks.
it's, I mean, granted, it's higher density and that's what the community usually complains about, but they also want affordability.
Mhm.
So it's like, how do you get affordability? You have to build a little higher density, and
Okay.
I think our R3 allows up to what, 6 homes per acre? 20. Or 20 homes per acre, that's it, 6. But anyway, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we're anywhere near close to that with this concept either, so.
Supportive, okay, trustee Sorcelli?
I agree with a lot of the comments from my fellow trustees, and I just think this is a good product, and I like the open space facing houses. I think that's a neat neighborhood feeling that we're incorporating into our communities. So I just appreciate the design, and I think it looks good.
Trustee Ayers?
Yeah, I agree with everything everyone said. I really like the fact that the open space is there in front of the houses as the front door to kind of give everyone that open space. It has good access to the trails. I like that the higher density is in the center of the whole development, so the exterior of the development still kind of blends a little bit better with the ones surrounding it, but then you still get that density without it seeming too dense. The open space is good, the flow is good. As far as the duplexes, I think it is important for us to have new types of product in the town. And I've always wanted builders to build just regular homes, or not regular homes, but quote unquote regular homes that multiple people could live in. I think that would kind of cover over that density a little bit so that it doesn't seem like 2 homes right there. It just seems like 1, but 2, either someone lives on the ground floor and someone lives upstairs or something. But I think this is a step in the right direction. And I think it's something that is needed, and like I said, I like the open space and the flow, so.
Okay, and they're supportive too. I agree with all the comments. I think it's great to have this type of product with the duplexes, and I also really like these kind of paseo where you walk out and you see your neighbors. So other than that, my only issue with this development is going back to that trail that's gonna be 4 feet that I do think a lot of these people are gonna use. Administrator Kirk, before I ask the applicant, do you see someone's gonna have to go back and fix this, if it's gonna be a significant cost. Are we budgeting for that? And I'm sure we're not right now, right?
We have sidewalk money that we could utilize if the board wanted us to prioritize that. I can't see asking the developer to go back and spend a significant amount of money on plans that were approved quite some time ago, before our time here, I think.
I understand. I think the previous time, and I understand the history that it was presented to the developer as a trail is only 4 feet. But the second half, we did make the developer do 8 feet, so I feel like splitting the cost is appropriate or easier on the developer. I guess we just don't know the cost.
Yeah, we'd have to go out and have a bid.
Okay, I'll bring that up in reports. Okay. Is there any conditions, check the board before we vote? Anything else? Okay, would anyone like to move on this?
I'll move to approve resolution 2023-15, approving the preliminary plat for the Vantage subdivision, 7th filing in the town of Berthoud, Larimer, and Knoll counties, Colorado.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Murphy has moved on this. Trustee Butler has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Albert,
Yes.
trustee Butler,
Yes.
Mayor Karsmack.
Yes. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
How are we feeling about keep going? You want to take a break? Or you good? Okay. What? Okay. Next is oil and gas tranche 2, and this was with attorney Mike Foote. He did great in the audience tonight.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for putting this on your agenda. I hope that everyone had fun unwrapping that 29-page regulatory bundle of joy that I sent your way a little while before. Hoping to go over a couple of the bigger picture items about that, and of course, hear your questions and hear your feedback, potential guidance going forward on this tranche 2 part of the oil and gas regulatory rewrite. So I always like to kind of start with the outline of what we're going to be talking about here today. First, again, we'll review over the process. It's been about 3 months, I think, since we last spoke. So I'm assuming you don't think about this every single day. So wanted to kind of review over what the process has been and what it is planned to be going forward, assuming that that's the direction you continue to provide. Then a fairly quick summary of the tranche 2 regulations that were presented to you. Certainly not a word for word or a section by section kind of explanation unless you have questions about that and you want to go there, but that's not what I had originally planned. And then finally, discussion and direction as we continue to move down this road of the tranche 2 regulations. So first, just a review over the process. You probably will recall that we had a discussion about location. That was the tranche 1. And you gave a preliminary okay to the tranche 1 regulations. They're sitting on the side, awaiting for tranche 2 to join them. And then we get into tranche 3. And then once you kind of give a preliminary okay to whatever comes out of tranche 3, then we'll put them all together and present that to you for your decision at that point. So tranche 2 is generally health and safety, public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife regulations. They're fairly or can be fairly extensive. Certainly, we've seen in other codes that they have been extensive, as well as the state code. And tranche 3 is more procedure and enforcement. I was calling it process, but now I'm going to call it procedure and enforcement. And we can get into that a little bit later. So this slide here represents what the new code could certainly look like. I put in green the tranche 1 areas that we've already discussed. Red is the tranche 2 that we're discussing. And then the black ones would be the ones that would be more in the tranche 3. Don't worry if it looks like there's a lot of sections that still have to be discussed. Many of those will be short and sweet, not nearly like tranche 2. For example, purpose and authorities would be maybe a paragraph long. Procedures following appeal, the 114 is maybe 2 to 3 paragraphs long, so it's not going to be that extensive. Really, the meat of the regulations and the extensive ones are the ones that we're right in the middle of now, which is tranche 2. And in this slide, I put a little strike through on 3011-111, which would deal with well sites once they've been, once they're done and they need to be decommissioned, plugged and abandoned, because I ended up, at least in this draft, rolling that into the tranche 2 under section 105 and 108. Okay, so there's a number of overarching questions and themes that I hope that you will take into consideration, and then if you have questions or want to discuss, then we can do that at any point. First, you know, when looking at how to put together these regulations, one of the first questions is, what should permitting requirements look like? You know, what does it look like if you're the applicant? What do you have to submit? What does the process look like? What kind of regulations do you have to follow? So I'll go over in a couple of slides really how I address these particular issues, but I just wanted to bring them in front of you at this point so you can have them at top of mind. Second is, what kind of discretion does the board want? Now, there's several ways to approach this. One would be that the applicant, as long as they check the boxes, then they're going to get approved no matter what. The other would be, I guess the other end would be, you know, the board just has discretion to say yes or no, and based on their determination of whether or not the application meets public health, safety, welfare, environmental and wildlife protections, enough for the board's satisfaction. The third is what do you do with the changing technology? Like many things, oil and gas technology is changing rapidly. And there are more safety measures in place now than there were before, and likely there will be in the future more safety regulations or safety protections in place than there are now. So how do you deal with that without having to revise your code every time something new comes along. And the next is the interplay with the ECMC, and this is a new code probably for you. The ECMC is the new name for the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, so that's exciting. On July 1st, they changed their name to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission instead of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. That was a bill that passed this last legislative session. So now everyone has to get used to saying ECMC, and I just thought I would start trying to do it now. And then finally, a question that had come up before in our discussions was to what extent can these oil and gas regulations cross-reference others that are already in the Berthoud Municipal Code? So what I have taken from our discussions before is that you're looking for the Goldilocks scenario here. You're looking for regulations that are protective, but don't put you out on a limb too much. You want protective regulations, but you don't want to potentially put yourself in legal jeopardy, which is completely understandable. So what I did in this case with these Tranche 2 regulations is that I looked at our comparison jurisdictions as well as a few others and just took a look at them and tried to look at the most protective concepts from each jurisdiction under the categories that we have here in front of you. So with a couple of exceptions, which I can go over, the regulations that you have in front of you have already been passed by other jurisdictions. The wording may not be the same, but the concept is the same. One exception that I would just point out that comes to top of mind is that when it comes to things like notifications or emergency evacuations, a lot of jurisdictions will go up to maybe 2,000 feet from the facility. I took the liberty to put in this draft a kilometer from the facility because in your location decision preliminarily, you've decided that it's unlikely there's going to be a residential unit within 2,000 feet of a facility. So you might as well maybe take the evacuation or notification circle out a little bit further than 2,000 feet. So to the extent that I went a little bit further than what other jurisdictions have done, there is a reason behind it. It's not just kind of a random occurrence. Also, there have been a couple of issues that you have brought up in our deliberations in the past. One involved the use of only non-potable water and dust suppression. Another was chemical disclosure. And so to the extent that those came up, I included those in these drafts, hopefully to your satisfaction. And I paid most attention and tried to really put a lot of detail and work into some of the most contentious issues that we've seen when it comes to oil and gas development with residents or with local governments. Noise, for example, has been a very contentious issue. Air quality / odor has been a contentious issue. Sometimes traffic has been an issue. And so you'll see some particular detail with those types of areas because those have been the issues that have come up the past the most with other local jurisdictions. And I just mentioned when I say weaving in some modifications, that was what I talked about with most protected from other jurisdictions where it's not necessarily taken word for word, but it also, I don't think the modifications that I made would really put you in any kind of legal jeopardy as far as I can tell. Okay, going back to these overarching questions and themes, what should the permitting requirements look like? So what I chose to do here and there is this is something that's adopted by some other jurisdictions as well, is to make this kind of a dual track. The first track is an application requirement where they have to put in their application all kinds of plans. And you'll see that in the first in section 105, there's a plan for pretty much everything. Air quality plan, noise mitigation plan, visual mitigation plan, et cetera. And those plans can be fairly detailed. Some of them aren't as detailed, but they certainly can be fairly detailed. And those plans lay out what the applicant has to put in that they're going to do and have to follow that particular plan. Also in section 108, this is the part of the dual track approach where I put in specific conditions of approval that will be part of any kind of application for oil and gas development that's approved. And so you have the plan where there's some requirements, you have the condition of approval that there's some requirements, and they both cross-reference each other. So in the plan, you have to indicate how you're going to comply with the conditions of approval. The conditions of approval include everything that the applicant put into the plan. So the bottom line is they have to adopt all of those things and follow all of those rules. And where that comes into play is this third dot of what to do with ever-changing oil and gas technology, so-called best management practices. There's room in the plans for the board or for the staff or others to say, look, we have this in the plan that you have to do X, but best management practices have evolved and now Y is the industry standard. So you have to put that into your plan. The applicant puts into their plan, it becomes part of their application, it becomes enforceable if it's approved, if that plan is approved as part of section 105. So it gives you an ability to have kind of a minimum going forward of what the protections are going to look like, but also have the flexibility to say protections have evolved since then, and we're going to insist on you doing something that is more of the industry standard at this point. Put it in your plan, and then it becomes enforceable once the conditions of approval and the plans are approved. And then going up to the second bullet point of what the discretion or what kind of discretion the board wants, you'll see in the paragraph that it says very clearly that, at least in this draft, that all of these things are required. You have the application, the conditions of approval, the plans, those are all great, they're required. At the end of the day, it comes down to the decision of you all as the decision makers. Does this overall plan, does this overall application meet with what we think is most protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife? And if your decision is yes, then you can approve it. If your decision is no, then it can be denied. So that gives you more than kind of a check-a-box adherence. It gives you discretion to make the final decision, at least as it's written in the in this draft here. Going to the fourth bullet about the interplay with the ECMC, there's really not. This would be completely independent of what the ECMC's regulations are and what they do. Of course, the ECMC has a pretty extensive set of regulations. It could be, let's just say theoretically, that in the future or even now, there could be a regulation that is more protective of public health, safety, and welfare that comes from the state as opposed to the local. Well, the applicant still has to follow the state rule as well as the local rule. So whichever one is more protective is going to win out. The applicant can't go back to the state and say, well, Berthoud's regulation is X, it's less protective, we're gonna do that. They still have to follow the more protective state regulation if that's the case. But other than that, there's really not any kind of interplay as far as you using ECMC resources or regulations. You would have your own set of regulations, and that's pretty consistent with what local jurisdictions that have taken this on since the 2019 bill was passed have done. And the final bullet point is whether or not these regulations can interplay, or I should say cross-reference with others in the Berthoud Municipal Code. And I took a look at that specifically through noise and wildlife and didn't really see a great opportunity to do that. So I did not do that in this draft. The only thing that I did do that is consistent with current regulation was transportation impacts that you already have in your oil and gas code were substantially copied into this particular draft. But if there's other ideas or if you have some thoughts about how there could be potential interplay, of course, I'm open to that. I just looked into it and didn't quite see an opportunity to do that, at least very easily. Okay, so these next two slides just go over quickly the plans that would be required under these Tranche 2 regulations. As you can see, they're pretty extensive. But again, they're not really that different than what we see in many other local jurisdictions. Like if you take a look at some of the comparison jurisdictions, Larimer County or Erie or Broomfield, they'll have many of these. Maybe not all of them, but they'll have many of them. And so this is hopefully kind of the Goldilocks area where we've taken what some of these other comparison jurisdictions have done and said, okay, this seems to be working for you, or this is something that passed your process and you want to put in, and so this could theoretically work for Berthoud as well. This is the second slide that goes over the rest of the plans. I put them in alphabetical order just so I can remember them a little bit easier. And then the next two slides deal with the conditions of approval. So this is the second part of the dual approach that I was talking about a little bit earlier. Under section 108, there are conditions of approval assigned to things like air quality, chemical and hazardous use, all the way down to spill prevention. And then on the next slide, we have, again, transportation impacts and wildlife conservation plan. Okay, so how to proceed? Before I get into these bullets, there's one thing I want to mention that I don't remember if I put into this bullet point or not, this slide or not. The way that actually I did put it in here. So the general approach here, as I mentioned, includes requirements for the application plans and also conditions of approval. They cross-reference each other, so they're all valid if you were to approve that particular application. And that goes to the second bullet point about interlocking and cross-reference requirements. The third bullet point about board discretion to approve an additional BMPs I went over, which is that ultimately you have the say. If it's up to you that, or if you determine that this application is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife, then your vote could be yes. But overall, if you don't think it is, then your vote could be no, and that would give you discretion to approve or not to approve. But you also would have a discretion to add additional BMPs and not have to write new regulations every time there's a new best management practice that has been approved by or used by industry in general. The fourth bullet point was what I was going to get to, and I wasn't sure if I'd put it in here or not, but certainly we've had discussions, and I'm cognizant of the fact that your town staff is the size that it is, the town is the size that it is. There are lots of different jurisdictions that are of different size with different staffs. And so you seem to be in a position where you're looking to be able to process an application, decide on an application without having to hire in additional staff. And so, and also cognizant of the fact that there may not be folks on staff that are experts in all these areas. There may be, but if there isn't, then these regulations provide for the ability to hire outside consultants to help you with the expertise, and it's at the applicant's expense. Again, this is something that's been done in other jurisdictions, so it's not actually new ground. Not every jurisdiction does this, but I put that in here because of the idea that you're probably not going to have staff that's dedicated just to reviewing oil and gas applications. That's not the case in other jurisdictions. Weld County, for example, has several people that work for the county that their job is the oil and gas department. And they review applications and they do all of the work that is with oil and gas. My impression is that that's not the direction you're thinking about going. Larimer County, I don't think they have additional staff dedicated to oil and gas, but they have a bigger staff than you, clearly. And they have folks that have this as particular background as well. So that wouldn't quite fit Berthoud, at least at this point, I don't think. And then you have Broomfield County and Erie, both had hired on specialists that have the title of oil and gas director or something like that. And their job would be to really take the lead when it comes to reviewing applications, provide expertise, et cetera. So there's lots of different approaches here, but what I chose to put into this particular draft, of course, for your all's feedback, would be that it gives you the ability to hire out for outside consultants with expertise if that's what you want to do, if that's what you think you need to do. It's at the expense of the applicant, and that could be a solution without having to go with additional staff. So the final, I guess, hopefully discussion point tonight will be if you feel like that these specific regulations have hit the Goldilocks spot. I hope that you think that they have. The idea, again, was to really take other jurisdictions of what they've done and take lessons from that, but also really try to put in out of all of those jurisdictions, the concepts that are the most protective of public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. So it's not putting you out on a limb. but they are more on the protective side than you might see in other jurisdictions. So that was the overall philosophy and how I approached it. And of course, happy to hear your feedback and take any questions about it.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Foote. Trustees, any questions? Mr. Murphy?
Overall, I think it looks really good. I had one area I wanted to bring up in particular. Just looking over kind of our lighting paragraphs in both sections. We mentioned dark sky and ladder, but my concern was not necessarily any other conflicts, but are there any safety regulations with worksite safety lighting that we might be bumping into conflicts with? Dark sky, I guess.
Could you
Is there-
repeat the last part?
Just regarding the dark sky that we have, or we're attempting to get certified for, would that be bumping into any kind of site lighting safety regulations? And could we put some sort of caveat in there if there are requirements out there for safety reasons? That would be my question or comment, I guess.
Sure. You're talking about worker safety issues?
Yeah.
So are you
regarding
talking about
lighting,
dark skies and worker safety issues as being separate issues or the same
whether
issue?
they're conflicting or not?
Okay.
Yeah, like are we restricting the amount of lighting and causing a safety hazard to
Yeah.
comply with dark sky?
Well, there's nothing, if I recall correctly, I don't think there's anything in here currently about dark skies. But I certainly can look into that issue. The lighting regulations that are in here, I think are fairly standard, fairly uniform amongst jurisdictions, comparison jurisdictions. And I'm not aware of any kind of complaints that there have been about worker safety. So I wouldn't, and of course, I can also double check that with the ECMC, the statewide regulations too. So my first impression is I wouldn't think that there's a worker safety issue, but I also don't know about the dark skies issue. So I'm happy to look into both of those before our next meeting and give you an update about that.
Yeah, some of the things I've seen on dark sky, like a CML and another presentation I saw, is they just provided more shielding for the light, so the light was going where it needed to be. It wasn't less lighting, it was more or less shielding the stray lighting, so it wasn't going up into the neighborhoods and stuff. And they were doing that
Yeah.
with like walls and shields and downward facing more light, so
Okay.
it wasn't less lighting, it was just
Mhm.
channeling the light where it didn't need to be, but keeping it where it should be.
No, that was largely my question is, you know, you drive by those sites at night, they are lit up, you know, and my question, not being in the industry, is, you know, is that necessary for safety? Is it just, you know, letting light pollution out? Are there any conflicts? And can we put in caveats, obviously, for worksite safety? That's paramount.
Yeah, let me look into that a little bit further. I know that in this current draft, there are provisions about certain directional lighting, pointing downwards instead of kind of out and about.
Mhm.
So that is in there, but I'll look to see if there's anything additional that could be compatible with dark sky, but also provide for worker safety.
And it may be that within the context of the provisions in the policy that talk about lighting, you know, photometric analysis is required. And we could just make a note that in all cases where it's not in conflict with safety regulations, that the lighting should be dark sky. And really, I think in nearly every case, it seems like there's no reason why you couldn't have dark sky lighting and still be safe. But certainly could allow for that provision if an operator felt like, hey, you know, we're trying to use dark sky fixtures, but in our photometric analysis, there's not enough lighting in some of these key safety areas or something. I guess we could leave that caveat there, but.
Yeah, I remember going back to the Anadarko presentation quite a few years ago, they were talking about, they were already doing that sort of thing because they wanted to be good neighbors. They were actually putting shields on the lights to keep them in towards the tower. And that's also part of the reason why they built the big walls to make, they want to keep King Kong enclosed, so.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about when I saw those big walls go up, like, oh, King Kong in there.
They help with noise too,
Yeah.
those big walls.
Otherwise, I think they're really striking the right tone and they're very comprehensive and I think it meets all of the goals we've kind of laid out personally. I'll pass it on to you guys.
Okay, well, let's go down the line here. Trustee Ayers? Do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, I just thank you for the work that you've done. This is really good, it's very clear, it's comprehensive, and I generally appreciate all of the sort of workarounds that you put into the document to help us out in the long term, so that's very much appreciated, but I don't really have any questions.
Okay, Trustee Torricelli?
Just a comment that I feel like this is a very comprehensive plan compared to other municipalities, and so I feel comfortable with the fact we're addressing all the issues that we brought up. My biggest, I guess, question is for staff and how that relationship will work with the third-party expert who's going to manage and monitor that. How does staff feel about that dynamic? And is it reasonable to require staff to consult with somebody on, some of these requirements are very stringent, like examining the lumens coming off of one of these sites. So it's gonna be an intensive contract that we have with somebody, so I'm just curious what staff's perspective is.
I think in the context of reviewing and commenting on plans, having third-party consultants do that is not an issue for us. It's common for us to use that kind of service anyway. Qualifying those consultants might be an interesting challenge and making sure that we find enough consultants. I don't know if there's one firm that has the resources internally to review all of these kinds of plans that might be necessary for submittal, or we might need to look for multiple consulting firms. But again, I think, from a practical standpoint, it's not that hard for us to prepare a set of criteria that we would evaluate consultants on and then bring them on-call contracts to review this kind of work, probably on an hourly basis, those kinds of things, because that's normal in our course of business. From an enforcement standpoint, that might be a little different, but I think in the context of evaluating these plans, it's probably no big deal.
So we're not gonna be buying an analyte meter to go out and check this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we don't want to do, yes. I mean, from a staffing standpoint, we're just not in a place as a community to have the kind of expertise internally to be able to do that. And so it would have to be done by third parties for monitoring and enforcement as well, in most cases.
So this is my question, and so we treat it like any, so we just choose who we want and then we send the industry the bill that we'll get, okay.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, that's how this is outlined.
And I think it is to the town's credit to work with someone specialized in the industry instead of having someone internal. That way, if there's any questions from citizens, we can defer to an expert instead of try to be the experts.
I agree, and I think the other benefit of using a consulting firm that may have, they may have 3 or 4 people in they're probably not, in a lot of cases, these might not even be local folks, because some of this stuff is pretty specialized. But they'll have resources within their firm that they can rely on if they don't know. Like, we just can't build that kind of expertise with one person internally at the town of Berthoud. So relying on consultants will give us access to other resources that we wouldn't have anyway.
More scientists, more attorneys.
Right. All of the above.
That's all that I have.
Okay, Trustee Hardy?
Yeah, I've been kind of on this from the get-go. Back when interviewed Michael to come and do this for us, and he's following through with what he promised for us, and getting us a nice kind of Goldilocks plan that's right there. It's not too extreme one way or extreme the other way. It's going right down the middle, and I think we're making some nice changes and I think we're also kind of doing a few things that might get other people to notice us too, because we're asking for a little bit, but we're not pushing that button too hard. So baby steps, we're getting there. I like it.
Trustee Butler?
Overall, I think, very good plan. Appreciate your efforts on this. One question is, I think you alluded to, you adjusted some of the radius distance triggers to a kilometer as opposed to 2,000 feet. Can you elaborate more on that?
Sure. Let me see if I can find a specific example here real quick. Right, so On page 3, number 3, it talks about emergency response plan. And the emergency response plan, the operator has to submit an emergency response plan with its application. Included in that emergency response plan will be plans for evacuation of buildings and any person within a 1 kilometer radius from the oil and gas location. So instead of saying evacuating with just a 2,000-foot radius from the oil and gas location, it expands a little bit to a 3,280-foot radius from the oil and gas location. And the reason why I did that, for example, was that it seems unlikely that there's going to be a lot of residential units within a 2,000-foot radius based on the location regulations that you've already preliminarily given the go-ahead to. And so it seems like if there's not going to be really much within 2,000 feet, erring on the side of safety and caution, expanding it out to something like 3,280 feet or 1 kilometer for evacuations. That was the thought process behind that.
Okay. And I see called out other sections too, noise, vibrations, odors, so forth.
Right.
Is the 1 kilometer used in other local municipalities?
No, the 1 kilometer specifically is not used in other localities. They'll use 2,000 feet or 2,500 feet sometimes. There might be an instance where they would use something like a mile, but I can't think of that right off bat, like maybe with, I don't know, I don't think it goes a mile. So the 1 kilometer has not been used as far as I know, at least in the comparison jurisdictions that we've looked at. But when it comes to safety evacuations, I thought it could be appropriate to do that. Also, when it came to something like noise monitoring or some of the noise tests, again, because they're the most contentious and there's been the most complaints about those, I thought if we were going to push it a little bit beyond what other jurisdictions do, those would be appropriate places to do so.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Follow-up question to staff then. I think the one project that this might impact out east of town, does it really matter, 2,000 feet versus 1 kilometer? I think that kind of includes probably all residences in that, or most at least. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think practically it's probably not that big of a difference. I mean, in terms of what's already there, for new site applications. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Okay, this is obviously more restrictive for more requirements.
And these, the requirements we're talking about here would apply to new applications, not to existing wells.
Right.
So,
Just somewhat limited, okay. I'm just thinking through.
yeah, and I'm, maybe, Attorney Foote, I can't recall off the top of my head, if somebody came in to, make significant modifications or add I honestly don't even understand the technical side of it, but like add to an existing well pad, these would kick in for the whole well pad?
Well, that would probably, I mean, that's what other jurisdictions have done.
Okay.
That's something that we've kind of reserved for the tranche 3 decision-making process, but you know, how do you apply this to existing facilities? How do you apply this to modified facilities, as you mentioned? But for example, I know that this board has looked at the Broomfield example and has generally thought that was a good example. That's how Broomfield does it. If there's any kind of significant modifications, then it's treated as a new application.
And I would think that in our case, that would be a reasonable approach. And that's kind of how we handle like building code issues, right? Significant modifications might require you to bring a building up to all of our current standards. You know, painting doesn't, you know, changing out an existing, you know, well motor wouldn't require any, you know, or well pump or whatever, wouldn't require any change to the new code, but adding new well heads or, you know, significantly modifying the way that the pad operates with new equipment and new tanks or whatever. I mean, we might want that to trigger these new requirements. So I think for, you know, like a large property on the east end of town that has a bunch of existing well pads, what that would do is probably say, you're probably gonna keep these as is. Till they run out or get shut down.
Okay. Okay, that's all, thank you.
So I'm looking through here just to see if the consultant, even for rogue emissions, will be doing the ongoing testing too, the one appointed by the town, right? That's the same one we're talking about initially, Administrator Kirk getting bids and stuff. This person will be looking at the upfront control plans and then ongoing maintenance, is that the idea? Or ongoing testing?
No, I think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask a clarification question about, are you asking for the traffic impacts specifically?
Air
Oh,
quality,
well,
like rogue emissions on that front.
so the ongoing enforcement is something that we've deferred over to tranche 3. That's an issue that we, have to think about, how that would look.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a likelihood that the consultants that do the review of the plans may not have the ability to perform ongoing monitoring and testing.
Well, it says a third-party consultant approved by the town shall conduct baseline and continuous air sampling and monitoring at the operator's expense, operator's cost. Yeah, and I know those are the hard to find. The one that came in and presented got fired, so
Yeah.
I think we got one left in the state.
Yeah, so I mean, I think again.
But we need to do that, right? Somehow, as Broomfield and those guys are somehow doing ongoing monitoring in case there's big methane leak or something.
Well, there are, Broomfield and Erie specifically are doing ongoing air quality monitoring, but they're contracting out with third-party contractors, pretty extensive contracts, like 7-figure contracts.
Not at the operator's expense.
It's mainly at the town's expense.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, but we're pushing this off to a future tranche to look into that.
It's a good point that you brought up because the way that it's worded right now is, specifically with air quality, that's, I think you put a good finger on that. So I'll go back and take a look at that language. I want to make sure that it's pretty clear whose responsibility or whose. But when it comes to air quality monitoring, that's been a difficult area because you have monitoring, like in these other towns like Broomfield and Erie, they have monitoring. And a weakness of it has been the monitoring may pick up something that seems like it was bad, but then they rely upon the state to enforce. And then if the state doesn't do any enforcement or the state doesn't think enforcement is appropriate, then they have this great air monitoring system, but no ability to really do anything about any kind of a negative reading. So that's why I'm kind of deferring that discussion a little bit to the enforcement part because it's a bit of a wicket.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah,
But
so
when
we'll
it
talk
comes to
about it later, but
monitoring-
maybe there's a way that we could defer it to the ECMC and then they make that final decision, which I guess is what you said Broomfield's doing. So.
Yeah, well, when it comes to the monitoring, that's pretty clear that the monitoring can be done. But then if there's something that seems awry from the monitoring, then who can do something about that?
Right.
And that would traditionally be the Department of Public Health and Environment of the state that would do something about that. That's their charge. But I don't think that the towns that have that monitoring have been particularly pleased with the state's response to their issues.
Okay.
So we'll have to try to navigate that for tranche 3, I think.
Okay, great, thanks. Otherwise, I think it's great. You're the guy for the job. This is middle of the road. Been making very good environmental progress last week and with this as well, so thank you. But the electrification too, is that pretty hard to do for the industry? I'm not talking about lawnmowers, I'm talking about the drills.
That's the direction that things are going. The main limiting factor is if there are locations that are in places where they can't readily tap into electrical power, then that just may not be technically feasible.
Sure.
I'm not so sure that would be a situation here in Berthoud.
Okay.
But we have seen a number of projects lately that have been, say, in Weld County that are, there's nothing else around for
Yeah, okay.
tens of thousands of acres, or power necessarily. So, I mean, there is power, but not enough necessarily for them to tap into to operate their drill rigs. And so, but when you're talking about a town like Berthoud, close to a lot of power lines, that may not be an issue.
they've seen stuff like this before.
They're not solar powered.
Okay, well, that's all I have. I think it's great too, so. Is there anything else?
With a windmill on top of the tower.
I did not open up to public comment. Do you mind if we do real quick just to see if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this? Okay, thanks. Anything else, trustees?
I think just
go ahead.
one follow-up comment. When we do get to enforcement and we talk about working with contractors, if it needs to be expense contingent, I think we need to have that discussion because we obviously wanna use citizen resources and taxpayer dollars appropriately and not channel everything to one aspect of our community. So it's important to have these regulations, it's important to have a safe community, but we also need to be mindful of the resources that it's going to cost to maintain and monitor some of these dynamics. So the more efficient and effective we could be at the approval process and making sure that things are meeting certain standards in that preliminary approval of an application, I think the better, instead of long-term maintenance on some of these wells as much as possible. I think that will help manage those resources appropriately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna agree with that.
I agree
think
too.
Thinking through just, the management and enforcement and how do we as, again, a small town, handle that and police it.
Yeah, I agree too. I think we put on as much or all of it on the industry. They're the ones getting the majority of the money out of this and it's up to them to comply. But I understand from the 7-figure number that that's a huge number that they're picking up the tab on. Anyway, good point though. Anything else? Thank you very much for your time. Is there anything else from you? I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I'm gonna ask the question about what would you think would be the next step? Because when we did tranche one, we came back with kind of a final-ish draft for your preliminary approval, if that makes sense. I'm hearing a little bit of feedback, maybe potential changing to the lighting part of it, if there's something that should be put in there about dark skies, but the rest of it, it seems like you've looked at it and you think that it's appropriate for, preliminary approval perhaps at this point. So I guess I would ask you, are you looking for me to come back with, somewhat of a revised version for the next time for preliminary approval? Are you looking for us to kind of move on to tranche 3 at this point in time, put this to the side? What are your thoughts about that?
It sounded to me from my end here that we would, for the most part, want to move on just with the exemptions of the lighting there.
Mhm.
And then just looking into the ongoing air quality monitoring.
Okay.
That's the way I took it. Kind of.
Yeah.
Everything else looked good.
Okay. That's no problem. I
Okay,
think that's all that I have.
well, thank you. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, our next and final agenda item tonight is the water policy, what's the title of it? Well, just a water policy update. And we have our attorney Pete Johnson, water attorney, in audience tonight. Welcome.
Evening, everybody.
Evening.
Thank you for having me back again. And as Mayor Karsbeck mentioned, I'm here to present some options for potential modifications to the water dedication policy that we went over last time I was here in March. So first slide I have here is just a little bit of a recap of our March study session that we had on the town's existing water dedication policy. You might remember we went over the existing policy and the related ordinance, went over an overview of that and the sort of core components of that part of the town's ordinance, or the town's code, I should say. And then we talked a little bit about how Berthoud compares with other regional partners and their similar water dedication policies, and some of which are very different just depending on the different components of the water resource portfolios of, your different communities throughout the Northern Front Range here. And we talked a little bit about, with respect to those core elements, things like the price, timing, and amount of water dedication that's required, how there are different approaches you can take and some various options that are available to the town, and thinking through potential shifts in the policy. And at the end of our session, the board directed us to consider some of those policy options and present those for your consideration. So that's really why I'm here tonight, is to talk through a few options pursuant to your direction at that last meeting. So just taking one step back and going over quick, I know it's getting late, so I'll go quickly through this part, but use some wonky terminology as always is necessary with all things water. So I'll just go through this quickly, but an acre foot is about 325,000 gallons of water. And under the town code, 1 acre foot is enough for approximately 2.5 average single-family homes for a year, based on just your typical, size lot and your typical residential use. And then an SFE is actually that unit of individual demand for your average single-family type residence. So 1 SFE under the town code is 0.4 acre feet. That's why 1 acre foot is enough for 2.5 average single-family homes. So then a cash in lieu payment, you guys probably remember from our last meeting together. Cash in lieu payment is when a developer or builder or whoever comes to the town, makes a payment for the water demand associated with a lot or a phase of a development, right? So they're actually providing cash to the town in exchange for the water service related to the demand for whatever they're seeking the town's approval for in terms of their development. The kind of the opposite conceptually of a cash in lieu payment is a water dedication, which is instead of making a payment to the town for a commitment of water service, an entity is actually transferring water rights to the town, and then the town is giving them a corresponding amount of water credits that are related to the amount of water that that dedication of water rights will provide to the town. So you might remember from our last discussion that there are a few types of water that are pretty readily integratable into the town system. And then for other types of water, it requires a more detailed analysis to determine how much water a particular dedication would yield to the town, and that's how many or how much credit a developer or builder would get in exchange for that dedication. Then the next two are kind of critical concepts here for some of the later portions of my presentation, but firm yield, you'll hopefully remember from our last discussion, is a term we use for the reliable yield of the town's water resources portfolio, water rights portfolio under challenging conditions. So it's kind of a worst case scenario, right? Under the worst conditions or reasonably worst conditions, such as a 3-year intense drought, how much water can we count on the town's water rights, water resources portfolio providing, how much use within the community can that portfolio support. So that's the concept of firm yield, is looking at that sort of worst case scenario for what the town's water resources can yield on an annual basis. And then commitment, commitment can mean a lot, as you probably know, but the way we talk about it in the water planning world is that is a town-specific commitment, specific agreement to provide water service for a specific phase of a development. Usually we think of commitments in terms of SFEs, so a commitment for the 4th filing of this particular development is 45 SFEs because it's 45 single-family homes that are going to be built within that phase of the development. So that's the way we're using the term commitment in the water supply planning world. So getting into the options themselves with respect to, these are potential modifications to the town's water dedication policy that we went over last time. The first option, which we talked a little bit about in that March meeting, was requiring the dedication of historical water rights. And what I mean by historical water rights are, if you have a parcel of land that is either going to be annexed into the town or may already be annexed within the town, it's any water rights that have been historically used on that property. So I'm sure you all know, there's a lot of irrigated agricultural areas in town and around town. So there's a lot of water rights that are still being used for irrigation of those parcels. And this would be a change to the town policy that If those areas were to be annexed into the town, a condition of the annexation would be requiring the dedication of the historical water rights associated with that parcel. And those would have to be dedicated before final plat approval for any new development. And again, also as a condition of annexation, right? So the town could make annexation conditioned upon the dedication of the water rights. And this could also be done for new developments within town. The timing, as you see here, would be that the water would be dedicated before final plat approval. I think we talked about in the earlier meeting in March that this is Longmont is a good example of a town code that implements this type of a requirement. And under the Longmont code, which I would recommend for the town to adopt as well if you were gonna go this direction, is any change in land use, rezoning, or anything like that that would otherwise trigger a water dedication requirement would also trigger this requirement to dedicate any historical water rights that are associated with the parcel. And so these would be changes that would require changes to the town code. So we would have to bring these to you all in the form of an ordinance that you would approve, specific text changes to the town code. And then getting back to the sort of the concept here, the concept is, if water has been used on parcels that are either in town already or you all are considering for annexation into town, you don't want to allow the removal of water off of that parcel and use somewhere else, in some other community or by some other entity. You want that water to stay within the town and be used for the future use of that land parcel that's going to be developed within the town or is going to be annexed into the town. So that's the idea under option number one. In terms of the next steps here, the next step would be that we would, draft some revisions to the town ordinance to implement this option, and then we would bring that to you all for consideration in the form of an ordinance that would change those requirements and implement this option. So that's option one. Option two is really intended to address what we talked about at the end of our discussion in March, which is this concept of tiered cash in lieu payments, or really the way to think about this is a tiered ability to make cash in lieu payments. And so the general concept here is that a developer or entity's ability to just pay cash in lieu to the town in exchange for water service would change based on the tier, and I'll explain what that means as we get into the specific tiers here. But the basic concept is, as the town's firm water supply yield decreases, as development is continuing to consume that yield, then the ability to just pay cash in lieu to the town in exchange for water service decreases, right? And increasingly, a development type entity would be required to actually bring water rights to the town and provide those water rights through a dedication of water rights. And you'll see there's, potentially a way that can be combined with a cash in lieu payment as well. But that the thought is that as the town's water supply is kind of dwindling due to development, then you are increasingly requiring new water to be brought to the table in the form of water rights dedications to support new development within the town. The eligibility to make cash in lieu payments under this kind of tiered system is based on a few different factors here. One is final plat approval, and then another is just any water credits that the town has already issued to a particular developer or for a particular development. Then also, as I said, just the percentage of the town's firm yield that has been committed. So as the town continues to commit water to future development, the ability to just pay cash in lieu would decrease, and you would have to bring water rights to dedicate to the town. And then the last factor here, the ability to dedicate water rights, is really, as I say there, just kind of a reflection of market conditions. What I just mean there is that obviously if you are required to dedicate some amount of water to the town, your ability to do that is going to depend on the price and availability of water rights that you can go out and acquire and then dedicate to the town to satisfy these requirements. So the overall kind of process we would be thinking about here for this option of tiered cash in lieu payments is that every 6 months, we would undertake, myself in conjunction with staff and also the town's water resources engineers would undertake a comprehensive review of the amount that the town has committed to new development and then also the firm yield of the town's existing water resources. As you probably know, both of those are somewhat dynamic numbers, right? They change pretty frequently with new acquisitions of water rights, development of water supply projects, and then obviously with new approvals of development and issuance of building permits. So those are constantly moving targets. But so the idea is we would evaluate that every 6 months and come up with a fairly, determinate percentage of the firm yield that had been committed as of that time. And then based on that, we would potentially change the tier that is applicable, which again will make sense once we get into the tiers. And then that would be done by board resolution. So we would potentially bring a draft resolution to you all and say, the analysis now says we're at this percent. Based on that percent, we are obligated to move into this tier per the direction that you all have provided us. And because the last point on the general concept here is because the town right now has a cash in lieu policy, it allows cash in lieu, but it's entirely discretionary, right? So the town does not have to accept cash in lieu and provide water service in exchange for that. This does not actually require, this implementation of a tiered cash in lieu concept would not require a change to the town code. It would just be by your resolution that you would be directing staff to implement this part of the code in a specific way according to this kind of tier concept that I'll go through. So what are these tiers? Let's see. Okay. Uh-oh. This one's blank. But I can do this one by memory.
I think it was in our packets.
I've got Ozzy Osbourne in my head, no more tears.
Well, tier one is just the current town policy, right? And so what are we doing currently? What are the current sort of constraints on a developer or a development entity's ability to make a cash in lieu payment in exchange for water service? And you might remember these from our discussion in March. There's really two effective requirements right now. One is you have to have final plat approval for the development, right? So the town will only allow cash in lieu payments to be made for the issuance of building permits or for a water commitment that is made to a development that has final plat approval from the town. And then the second is just, if you think about it on a subdivision-wide scale, say, a developer may already have a certain amount of water development credits that they've purchased from the town. And so the town would look at that and only allow them to purchase up to whatever the demand is for that particular part of the development that has final plat approval. And the town would not allow them to just, purchase 1,000 SFEs just because they had the money to do that. That's really a way to make sure that the cash in lieu payment keeps in alignment with the development approvals that the town has already issued. And it's also a way to make sure that developers aren't able to purchase cash in lieu credits in advance of what they see as maybe a price increase in the future and then try to shop those credits for a profit, right? In other words, sort of hoarding water credits. It's a way to prevent them from being able to do that as well. So that's the current policy, and the current way that staff is implementing your cash in lieu policy are those two requirements. So that would be tier one, which is where we are right now. Tier two is what we talked about near the end of our last meeting in March, which would be a hybrid of both payment, cash in lieu payment, and water dedication. And so the way this is the way we're thinking this would work is that first, a water dedication would be required for 50% of the water demand for whatever the final plat of development that we'd be talking about. And then upon that dedication that provides 50% of the water demand for that development, then the town would offer the ability for that developer to pay the remaining 50% as cash in lieu. And the current thinking is that this would be implemented upon the town's commitment of 92% of the firm yield water supply. And all the tier one conditions would still apply in this instance, so obviously it would still have to be for a final plan of development. And it would still have to be a requirement in excess of any water credits that that particular developer already had with the town. So that's tier two, and then tier three is sort of the final tier, which is dedication only, right? This is basically the end of the cash in lieu program. And these cash in lieu payments would no longer be allowed, and water dedication would be required for 100% of the water demand associated with a final plat of development. And again, the idea is that that dedication would have to be satisfied prior to any building permit. That's consistent with the way the town code works right now.
Oh, this is tier 4 in our packet.
Yeah, sorry,
there-
the packet, the item that was included in your packet was the draft presentation.
Okay, so this is second to last slide, option number 2, tier 4.
Yeah, there was
That's right.
another tier in there that we took out between the original packet or the draft presentation I put in your packet.
That's right, you don't need to.
No, it was,
Explain it,
it was
just-
my fault. There was 4
Okay.
tiers. I took one out that we talked about before I put the draft one in there, and I clearly didn't catch that I didn't change the number right.
No. May I ask why it was removed?
Cause one of those tiers was at the lower level, it just felt unnecessary given where we're at right now, so it was like I'm gonna draw a blank on what
The
that
bulk
tier was that we
sales.
pulled out.
It was,
Yeah,
yeah, the
it was
elimination of
It was
bulk
the elimination
sales.
of bulk sales.
We didn't, I mean, I think we didn't really think it was responsive to the concerns that you all had addressed
Yeah.
or expressed about, potential changes to the policy. It just sort of scaled back cash in lieu payments, but still allowed them, and there's also ways that that could be manipulated to still allow, essentially bulk sales, but one at a time, so we didn't think it was really an effective tier at that point.
Okay.
That's why that one was removed. So getting back to the final tier here, tier 3, which is 4 in your packet. The idea currently, the current thinking is that we'd implement this upon a town's commitment of 98% of the firm yield water supply. And of course, at this point, there's no more cash in lieu, so the tier 1 and tier 2 conditions would no longer apply at that point. And water dedications would be required for all new development within town. So a couple of things to think about are the 92% and 98% figures, 92% being for tier 2 and 98% for tier 3 here. Those are what we determine to be reasonable figures, based on some of the uncertainty in these underlying numbers, the way that those numbers can shift somewhat substantially within a few percentage points based on different assumptions you make about average water use, water demand, the yield of water supplies, a lot of which is already integrated into the concepts of firm yield and commitments, as I was using those terms and defining those. So those percentages could change potentially based on, the direction you all might provide. These are what we thought would be reasonable percentages to implement these tiers. But it's more of an art than a science in terms of setting those percentages and when you would change the policy. And so I think that's worth thinking about and discussing whether those are the appropriate benchmarks for potentially changing the water dedication policy. So to think about where this tiered system, how this would work in light of where the town is currently in its overall water supply and demand. We did an analysis, well, I should say the town's water resources engineers did an analysis last year. It's about a year old at this point, so probably needs to be updated. But that analysis determined that the town had about 1,500 SFEs available in excess of commitments that it had made. This is a number you all might remember from my presentation in March. That means that the town currently is at approximately 82.3% of its firm yield. So there would be 9.7% if we went with the 92% trigger for when we would enter the new tier. there would be about 9.7% of the firm yield remaining, which is roughly about 840 SFEs of water demand that the town could commit to before it would trigger that next phase where you would start requiring some amount of water dedication. Again, this is using year-old numbers. As you all probably know, the town acquired 50 CVT units last year. It's finishing up an acquisition of 50 units right now. So that things have changed on the water supply side. The town has obviously continued to issue some building permits and some development approvals in that time too. So things have changed on the demand side a little bit too. So take these numbers with a bit of a grain of salt. I think that would be the next step here. If you all wanted to implement this tiered concept, would be the first step would be to update that analysis and give you all a accurate picture and current picture of where we are in that percentage of firm yield, so that you can really understand, how that would be, where you are and how the new policy would overlay over the town's current water supply and demand balance. And I sort of already went over this, but the way this can change in the future is the demand can increase as you continue to approve new development and issue new building permits. And then supply will continue to increase as long as I continue to do my job for you all, which is continue to acquire some water rights, which we have been doing steadily and incrementally over the last few years. But then more to the point of the meeting we had in March, continuing our progress on some of the supply development projects within the town that really maximize the use of your existing water resources and water rights to make more water available to the town. So that's most of what I have. I think, at the end, I just have sort of a summary here. So just to quickly recap, option number 1 is requiring dedication of historical water rights. We would do that for any new annexations, and then also any changes in land use within the town that would require, otherwise trigger, a dedication of water rights or cash in lieu payment. And then option 2 is this tiered system of cash in lieu payments where, based on how much of your firm supply, the percentage of your firm supply that you've committed, you change the way and you direct staff to change the way that they're implementing the water dedication code and those requirements for specific developments moving forward. And of course, there are other options and things to consider, some of which may come to mind from the meeting again in March, thinking about the amount, the timing, and the price of water dedication requirements. So I just left that open for your consideration and just wanted to hear any thoughts or questions you might have about that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions?
You mentioned something about properties that are wanting to annex, having water rights to go with it. It seems like we come across some of these annexations or property developments that are coming up and the water rights have already been long sold. So, and I can see why, because it's valuable. They can sell that, it's a quick sale, and it just goes away. You still have your land. How can we encourage landowners to, because a lot of times it feels like the water rights they have on those farmlands exceeds what a developer would need to develop the land. So I guess they'd be allowed to sell off a portion, or are we saying, no, you gotta keep all the water rights and then we can buy the entire water rights and then distribute it where we need it to other parts that don't have water?
Sure, the short answer is they would get in exchange for the dedication, they would get a commitment to water service that's based on the actual yield of those water rights to the town, right? So if that were more than was required for that entire land parcel, then they could potentially get a water certificate for additional credits that they could sell to other developers within the town boundaries. So it would be, whatever water credits they would get, we wouldn't just require the dedication without something in exchange, right? So they would get, and what they would get in exchange would be calibrated to the actual amount of water that water right would yield, right?
Because I'm just trying to figure out, would it behoove them to not sell their water rights off if they know they're going to eventually sell their land? they'll get a better transaction, I guess, if they just kept it all intact and then it would help them with their annexation process. I mean, we're not punishing landowners that have already sold off their water rights, especially if they sold them off 10, 15 years ago. But if they all of a sudden just stop farming, okay, I wanna retire, I wanna make a quick sell, sell my water rights, and then boom, the next thing they do is sell the land to a developer that wants to annex. How does all that kind of work into this negotiating or whatever?
It really depends how you would want to implement, that requirement. And so I think probably the best thing you can do, the way to have some teeth to the requirement is to require it as a condition of annexation, which at least leaves the option open to the town to say, if you sold those water rights off, months before you filed your petition for annexation, then we're not gonna annex your property because you can't convey sufficient water rights. And depending on what situation the town is in with its own portfolio at the time, maybe you're not able to make water service available just through payment of cash in lieu, right? And there would be, so the position that would put someone like that in is, depending how you wanted to implement that annexation, that part of the annexation requirement, maybe they couldn't annex or maybe they could annex, but at a minimum, they would have to go out and find additional water that they could dedicate,
And it
right?
probably costs them more than what they sold it for.
Which it's a really good point because it also gives you a sense of when you start requiring water dedication as opposed to just making cash in lieu available, it shows you that position that it puts developers and those types of entities in, that sometimes they're at the mercy of just the market, right? And there may not be a water right that's either readily available or a water right that really integrates well into the town system. And that's why the code is the way it is, where it requires the town to closely evaluate any of those types of water rights that don't readily fit into, water rights that the town already uses, like CBT units or handy ditch shares, things like that.
So what if it came into, there's a property line to annex and they had 100% of their water rights on there, but the town couldn't take them all because now we're limited based on our portfolio? Is that, I mean, how does that work? I mean, do we just say, well, we'll just take what we need and then allow them to sell off what, is there excess? Is that?
If we follow the Longmont example, they require the dedication of the entire water right that is used on that parcel. And again, you get a credit in exchange for that that's commensurate with the amount of water that's actually being, dedicated.
That would be considered banking because it's kind of coming with the property.
Right.
Yeah, that same amount of water has been used in the same area.
Right.
Okay. So what does Longmont do when there is no water associated?
It's a good question. I'm not really sure,
I guess
honestly.
it's kind of Tim's question.
Do a rain dance.
I do think in the context of what Pete mentioned before, that during that annexation process, you have the opportunity to say, what water rights have been historically used on the property? Do you still have them? Did you sell them 2 months ago or did you sell them 15 years ago? That's a very different conversation. And I think even within the context of annexation, you may say, hey, if you sold off these water rights, you need to go and acquire enough water to kind of match what would have been there and dedicate it to us at annexation. You could do that as part of the annexation process because you have that discretion, I think, in negotiating an annexation agreement. So it gives us some flexibility, I think, to kind of force the hand at annexation. But again, I think that might be a situation specific.
And then you said that developers aren't allowed to, or they just don't do this? And that's buying water rights and banking them so that when they do go into a community where they wanna develop, they've already got X number of SEV water rights in their back pocket to bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a development attorney, so it's hard to speak from their perspective entirely, but there's a few sort of features of water rights that don't make them conducive to, buying them ahead of time and holding large amounts of them. One is you do have to continue to use water rights to maintain their value, right? And if you don't use them for a substantial period of time, you risk losing a portion of those water rights. So there's a risk there. And then the other thing is just they're so expensive that I think entities that are, generally deal with a lot of financial considerations, they just don't like carrying that debt for that long.
And are they even allowed to buy water rights? I mean, who's allowed to buy? Are there people that aren't allowed to buy water rights? I mean,
No, I mean, the typical type of water right that you would use to supply to a town in exchange for development credits, so any private entity can own them.
cause I just had this picture of them buying some like 1,000-acre farm like out on the Kansas border. And then they bring that water rights this direction to put on land that they bought here to develop housing.
Part of the
Yeah.
problem with that process is that like, there are only certain kinds of water rights that are useful in our system.
Yeah.
Right? Water from the Kansas border, we're not gonna be able to use in nearly every case, and so.
Just trying to play these like little weird scenarios of
Sure.
how does it sit at the.
That's a great way to think about it.
It's like, like I've got 20 water rights and I've got this land that we can dedicate as open space and what, I don't know, just.
That's why the code is structured the way it is now, CBT units, handy shares. We know what the firm yield of those shares are, we know that we know how to integrate those into the town system and what, a share or unit is going to yield to the town. Anything else, there are a lot of variables that need to be analyzed and considered, and so that's why you look at it on a case-by-case basis. The person offering those water rights for dedication would pay for an analysis by our office and the town's water resources engineers. And then we would provide that analysis to them, which basically says, here's what that's worth in terms of water credits, from the town. And then they can make a decision about, whether
So we're
that's a
getting our water
worthwhile
from Big
exchange or not.
Thompson Up here, but they can't go 200 miles downstream and buy water rights out to Big Thompson there and still have it be usable up here.
They could potentially, but I mean, the farther away you go, the more complicated it's gonna be to physically deliver that water up, you have to. It can only be done really in this area under very favorable conditions on the river or by building a really long pipeline to get it up here, yeah.
And there is our ordinance already allows us to evaluate the suitability of water rights that somebody proposes to dedicate, and so if somebody said, hey, I bought this water right by the Kansas border, I got thousands of acre feet, we look at it and go, this is way too complicated or possible to use, we have no obligation to take it, so.
Other questions?
I just have a thought. Are we just doing questions?
If it's a thought related, yeah, let's just do anything, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think it's better when you do everything. Go ahead, thanks.
I'm just sitting here thinking if Trustee Hardy could come up with that many variables in that short a time, it makes me think this really is a case by case basis type of issue. And we don't want to restrict the town's leeway to analyze each case and say this is what the town needs at this time with this property on a case by case basis, because they may not all be the same. So the more restrictive we are in our policy, we may be shooting ourselves in the foot in some ways, like not being able to annex a property that has value because they can't give us water dedication or something to that effect. So thank you for all your devil's advocating.
So it might be worth looking at what Longmont does unless they just have a policy and, you have no water on your land, you're screwed. There's gotta be a way they work around people trying to annex or get development without water. Yes.
Yeah, they also have a sort of entirely discretionary, cash and lieu system, right? So they could potentially accept cash as payment for the water requirements for a new annexation, and they have the ability to do that. I would imagine that would require, someone to be able to make a good faith case that there were no historical water rights, or like Chris points out, they were sold off, decades ago, and the current owner has no control over that, right? But it would be worth, talking to them specifically about how they deal with those, different nuances and how they implement that with their code.
Okay. Like one of the guys that drives those old Model Ts used to work for Longmont. I talked to him. He's pretty interesting with the water in the water department. Tim answered my first one. Do you dedicate all the water in your land or just enough to cover the development? And what do you do with the additional ones? So I think we're kind of working through that yet. Either we take it all, or maybe we just say if you have some kind of additional amount, we get a first right of refusal on that or something, then you can go sell it. My other question, so when we're talking about the tiered system, I think I know the answer now, but we're not looking at a tiered system for each individual development. We're looking at our overall water supply. Okay, so we're really, okay. So my kind of worry, or maybe you can help me out with this, is that that doesn't seem very sustainable and that this might help out the immediate developments, but anything else coming down 10, 15 years is, but just, that sounds like a growth cap to me. It sounds like impossible, you know, with the cost of water going up and up.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think as you increasingly require water dedication, you're likely to probably see a slowdown in growth just because it's very expensive to acquire water on the open market and it's difficult, right? It's just in scarce supply and there's only so much out there. The other thing to think about is just you know, how the town has the ability to incentivize the growth that it wants, the types of developments that it wants by the discretion you have with the cash and lieu system. When you start requiring water dedications, you're sort of opening it more up to just who out there is able to tap into that market of water rights availability, and they just know somebody that knows somebody that has some water available that happens to work in the system. That person may not necessarily be the person that's promoting the type of development that the town wants. And so you do lose a little bit of that discretion over your land use and development approval decisions by implementing a more sort of mechanical approach to water dedication policy and requiring water dedication. So it's
It
an
seems like
important
cash and lease
consideration.
putting the burden on us and not on the developer.
Right, well,
Right, and that's, you know, we went over this in my prior presentation, that's why you have to be careful about the price you're setting for your cash and lieu, right? And what you're accepting as payment for the town's water commitments. And make sure that it's closely calibrated to the actual cost for the town to provide additional water and continue to build your
Yeah.
water resources portfolio.
Part of this, I mean, the last, I don't know about this current one CBT unit, but the last couple, we haven't been charging enough, so we had to pay more than what we're charging.
Right.
Is there a,
That is true for really all CBT purchases we've made, even since, I mean, the first CBT purchase we ever made, when I was here was more than what we were charging for cash and lieu at the time. And so, CBT has been expensive for a long time.
Yeah.
And, but, you know, we're looking at another water source.
Well,
that could
just to get to the
potentially
point, I know we're looking at stuff, but it just seems like Tim's point here is that the burden's on us with this, and then so we
It
are
is.
constantly
The burden
lagging.
is on us to acquire and develop water at a cheaper rate than what we're charging.
Right.
In the average, right? So, you know, CBT might be much more expensive. There are some other sources that we're purchasing that are much less expensive. And so the question is, in the aggregate, is that working out to a reasonable price?
Yeah, or maybe we could do,
is there any legal reason why we couldn't like inflate our cash and lieu to a certain amount above like a historical factor of the price?
You can set your cash and lieu anywhere you want it,
Set it at
right?
double or 3 times or?
The practical effect is the
Would people
price of
buy
a
it?
CBT unit right now, right, which is over $100,000 per acre foot, it's not quite a growth cap setting it at that price, but the price of CBT is so inflated right now that developers are very reluctant to either go out and acquire CBT units to dedicate for growth or to pay a price that's, you know,
We
basically the
just do
same.
cash in lieu like market price for lobster. Today it's $125,000.
so that's my worry though, is that we're saying CBT, we're setting at a certain price, even though CBT is going for more than what but we're hoping for an aggregate. But we're never really, I mean, we're looking for an aggregate, but we're never really seeing this alternative source come through
Well,
that's cheaper.
there are several that we're working on right now that are cheaper. Those kind of deals do take a long time. There are some that are for all intents and purposes for sale, that even at a much higher price than kind of what their base minimum price is,
Yeah.
would still be dramatically less money.
Yeah,
I'm charging, and so there's, you know, you're right in that
I don't think this would be an issue.
CBT is all we're buying. If that's all we're able to buy, we're not charging enough.
Yeah, this wouldn't be an issue if we had water to easily buy and we take money from the developer, but the problem is that we're taking money and then it's harder to find the water, so we're kind of banking that, hoping that we'll find that down the road.
But I think it's important to remember that a big chunk of what we're working on right now is developing the water that we already have.
Right.
Right, so it's not even that we're, a big focus of the money and time and expenditure that we are making in water resources is to develop water we already have, to be able to make it a firm supply.
Right.
And count it in this yield, but also then to reuse it and bring the cost per acre foot of that water down dramatically.
Right.
And so,
Unless
so
it's
that's
your-
really where a big focus of our money is going right now, is let's take the, I'm gonna use the wrong numbers, but let's take the 1,000 acre feet we already own and turn it into 3,000 acre feet. Rather than go out and buy 2,000 more acre feet. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I just been doing this since, well, you and I both have been doing this since 2018 and
And it's slow. I mean, it is a slow process, but I think that's why we feel good about
I
it.
mean, we were talking about Windy Gap back in 2018
Yeah,
about where
that's
to go.
that's where we're still focusing a lot of
Yeah,
our time and
it's been
energy,
5 years.
yeah.
And I know process is slow, but I think that's, so my other part of this is that we're saying it might be harder on developers. I mean, the discretionary could go the other way too. We could say it's at our discretion, but unless you provide an extraordinary development, you have to dedicate water. But if it's an extraordinary, maybe it's at our discretion to waive that and say cash in lieu.
Yeah,
So we could use that as a filter the other way too.
Yeah, you're not obligated to accept cash in lieu, right?
Yeah, or we could say all dedication, but we're not obligated to do that too. I mean, right now, we could say unless you have, if you have an extraordinary development, we'll take cash in lieu, but otherwise, I'm trying to say we could use that discretionary, but in a more positive way too.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, yeah. But if you start implementing these sort of more mechanical tiers, right, where you're now in tier 2, you're requiring, your policy is that you require 50% dedication, then maybe the best development you're wanting to incentivize comes along in town, but you're not able to do that because that particular developer can't find 50% of the water to dedicate for that particular project.
Right,
It's
yeah.
just not available on the market.
And then when do we have them dedicated? Because some of these build outs could take years, and so do we
Well,
take it at
that's
the price
the
now,
final
and then every 2 years, they have to buy more, or do they buy it at this price now and then they can bank it for 10 years or 100 years or?
That's really there's a whole spectrum, but that's sort of the concept of a commitment, right? So the cash in lieu payment is made, that commitment is made by the town at that point. But that house on that lot still may not be built for another year, 2, even 5 years if you're talking about large tranches of water commitments, right?
So we could be selling water at a loss still in the future if we're committing at the very beginning.
Well, the payment at that time is based on, the town's calculation of the unit cost to provide that water commitment at that time. The town's not gonna lose money on those commitments moving forward. They're only getting more
We're just trying to
expensive.
say, it's like, contractor agreeing to build something for $100 and then, ask them to build it for 5 years and then that costs you $500. The builder's not gonna build it at 5 times the cost if he's only been paid for 100.
Right. No, I mean, most of the savvy, developers that we deal with, they are very interested in locking down the water requirements. Well, I mean, first of all, they have to do that before they can get building permits,
So we
right?
also have to
So,
buy all the water at the time of the commitment so that we're not buying it later when the price goes way up.
That's
yeah,
the
I
problem.
mean,
Yeah.
we, it's not always easy to sync those things up, right? That's,
Yeah.
yeah, right.
And it is, it's always important to remember that when we sell water for cash in lieu, especially in this tiered scenario, we're actually selling water we already own, right?
Right.
So we're not selling it on the speculative chance that we can buy enough water to serve that property, right? That would be highly irresponsible.
Right.
And so the water we already own, we in most cases bought for significantly less than what we're charging for cash in lieu, knowing that we have to go out and buy or develop more at a reasonable price for what we're charging now to be able to serve the next guy, right? So there's this kind of, there's a little art
It's a tug of
involved,
war.
it's not just science, but
Yeah.
but you have to remember, it's not a speculative, you pay us $25,000 for a house and we hope we can go buy 0.4 acre feet to serve that house. No, we're selling 0.4 acre feet we already own. It's already in our bank.
So what if we approve a development that exceeds what we have in our water portfolio, thinking that we're gonna still be able to continue to buy water?
Well, so that's what this tiered system is really all about, right?
But that gets back to the sustainability thing of, Tim said, once we're out, then we gotta go out or tell the developer to do it.
But
I mean,
that I
suddenly
think
a
is,
house is
that,
gonna
that's
cost
Just say,
$1.5 million.
sorry, you can't build the rest of your development because we ran out of water?
Well, you
Well,
can.
Ideally, you just would never approve the development, right? Or you would not approve the development until you had increased the town's water supply to a point where it could provide for that development, right? So, I mean, we have a comprehensive system, as Chris knows, the town's water resources engineers right now are creating this online accounting database of all the water credits issued by the town. That gets synced up with the building permits that have been issued by the town to track all of this. And that's gonna be done, more in sort of real time than it ever has been done before with this new system. And the whole purpose of that is making sure we never get ahead of the commitments never get ahead of
It's
the
almost like
firm.
if a developer comes in and says they wanna build X number of homes, it's like, well, you better build it quick, cause we don't know how long the water's gonna last.
No, it's less like that, I think, than you think. So I mean, it's a good example, Ludlow Farms, right? You guys approved a neighborhood master plan for 1,500 homes. That would take up all of our existing capacity. But we haven't made any commitment to them at this point to say, you get 1,500 homes worth of water. They'll have to do that on a final plat basis, and most developers' final plat phases of the project in chunks that they can meaningfully bite off. And so at that final plat approval, it's an easy point for us to check and say, can we actually allow them to continue cash in lieu? They'll know when that final plat approval occurs. Are you gonna be able to buy cash in lieu? Are we at a place now where you're gonna have to bring 50% of that prior to final plat, cause that's tier 2, right? And then you have to also remember, once you get to tier 2, every final plat that gets approved is bringing 50% of their water. So our bank is actually increasing as that happens. And it's kind of like, the best way I could describe it, I think, is probably like the like a medical insurance deductible, right? So you hit your deductible, you pay 100% out of pocket, but once you hit your deductible, now your insurance company starts covering 80%. Well, it takes a lot longer to get to that max out of pocket because you're only covering 20%, right? And so you have to then have a whole lot more work done than that first chunk until you hit your deductible, right? So it starts to kind of push that deadline out because you're getting dedicated 50% at a time. If we even hit tier 2, right? The goal is that you never hit tier 2, that you're always out ahead of your bank and you're developing, enhancing and acquiring more of your water supply. When you get to tier 2, you still have quite a bit of water left, a firm supply. That's not even accounting for like average supply where we actually might have generally much more water than that, except in, challenging conditions.
So this isn't just homes, right?
This is everything.
Commercial, this is for off-site parks, okay.
That's right. This would be for
So the
anything
town
that
has
would
no
require
budget
final
in this
plat.
on our own though, like we're selling these for developers, do we have a pot for future regional parks? I mean, we're going way out in I-25, it would make sense to have something.
In most cases, with the exception of like Richardson Park.
Yeah.
Or Knievel that we already own, in most cases, these parks are gonna be developed by developers anyway.
Yeah.
So like big regional parks in Turion, for instance, would be developed by the developer.
Right, but we gotta think 1,000 years out, not 5, right? Like, so what happens when we own regional parks out there? But to buy water for that's gonna be several $100,000 or
But
something.
we won't buy water for that. The developer will have to,
No, but if we just bought farmland with a conservation easement on it for a park, the town directly, nothing associated with the developer.
Yep.
Do we have a budget for future water for that kind of stuff too?
Well, hopefully that farmland's got water on it already.
yeah, I mean, I think,
Conservation easement.
Yeah.
the answer to that is so long as we have, room left in our tier, yes. If we get to a place, even once we get to tier 3, when we require dedication, we actually still have 2% left, which is, a couple hundred SFEs should be enough for a park, for instance, right? If we got to the point where we were like maxed out 100% and we didn't have water rights left sufficient to irrigate our parks, we'd be having a very different conversation. But I think in this tiered system, that's unlikely to occur because our firm supply that's even available to us in kind of challenging
Mhm.
environmental condition, multi-year drought, those kinds of things. We're never gonna go to 100%, cause at 98, we're gonna start requiring you to give us water. right?
Yeah,
So we'll always
I get that.
we'll
So my
always
point-
have a buffer,
We should always have a buffer,
and we
and
will in that tiered system.
this amazing amount of growth we had, right? We've had hundreds of years of banking water and holding it. I don't know if that was always given to or purchased by past boards just for future houses. I think that discretion was up to us on beneficial use. So I don't think we should all think that we can't have a budget for other types of regional parks or stuff we want to do.
I think that's.
I think that's fair, okay.
Yeah.
Mayor
but yeah,
Kurzweil, could I make a
Oh,
motion
please,
for
yes.
continuance to
or you can call the meeting
10:30 or
short.
before?
Is there a second?
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks, good call. So what about a combination of option one, if you got the water? And we gotta figure out the tiered system if you don't. Right, so look at Ludlow, we got the water, he's got the water, I'd guess with the Welch going through there.
Mhm.
It would make sense for us, and I think for him, to just transfer the water right over to us.
Right.
So that would be option one. But then if there's another situation they can't, we'd go on to the tiered system instead.
Yeah, I mean, you can implement either, both, or neither of these options. They're
Yeah.
not exclusive. I mean, they completely, work
Okay,
together.
so the whole thing could be a hybrid, just not the option two hybrids, okay.
Yeah.
So are you looking right now for it's a presentation, a deliberation thing. Are you looking for specific type of feedback tonight on? One thing that's hard is the presentation didn't line up with what we were studying. Sure. So the options it might need another one of these meetings is what I'm getting at.
Sure, so to be clear, yeah, for option number one, which is, consistent with the materials you had in your packet. The next step there would be for us to provide, revise the code and present those code revisions to you all in the form of an ordinance that you would approve. For option two, that doesn't require a change to the code, so I think the right next steps there are first for us to update that periodic analysis and come back to you all with the results of that analysis, present that as to what percentage you're at, right, in terms of the town's firm yield. And then talk about whether that, means moving to a new tier at this point or not. And then just if you all agree with that concept overall, then we would just continue to do that periodic update of that analysis and continue to advise you where you are in that percentage based on the most current numbers. And then you can direct us. I think what we would do is if we knew that that was getting us over the 92% or the 98%, then we would present a resolution to you, authorizing staff to then implement the code in that new tier that you're moving
Yeah,
into.
right, I get that, okay. So either way, even if we did a hybrid of options one and two, if we even mentioned option one that requires an ordinance, I would like to see some kind of hybrid here. I don't know how the board feels, but I think if you got the water on your land, you're either gonna sell it to the town or sell it to the town or sell it to a third party once you start developing. It would make sense to just dedicate that over.
We would strongly recommend that we do option one.
Okay, of historical water rights, okay. And then it's up to you guys to bring back options or just, what do you do with the excess amount if there is above and beyond?
Yeah, I mean, we can present that to you in the ordinance change. We'll talk to Longmont about what they do. I think I have a simple solution. I just want to talk through with Pete and make sure that makes sense legally.
Okay.
From a water rights standpoint, but
And after you met with Johnstown, how did the feedback from that meeting go?
it was kind of interesting. Johnstown in general requires dedication for all large projects. They don't do any cash in lieu except on kind of one-off bases, and at least as I understood it from them. What they said was, as soon as we did that, the price of all the water that we were buying, quadrupled. Which makes sense. I think we've talked about that before, right? Because what you do is then you're shoving a whole bunch of buyers into the market that are highly motivated for a finite resource, right? It's just basic macroeconomics.
Right, but they wouldn't be buying.
But their position was, we don't care, we're not paying the price. Which isn't entirely true, because they do buy water from time to time, but in general, that was just their take.
Yeah.
And I think what I think you are seeing there generally jives with, and if you don't mind, David Gregg, the founder of Mission Homes, sent me an email today. He said he couldn't be here and he asked me to just share his thoughts with you. He's very concerned about a dedication-only policy. He believes that lots will become more expensive if we do that. Because the developer that has to go out and buy the water is obviously gonna want their money back when they sell the lot, and so the price of the lot will go up. He said in the 4 years, I'm just gonna generally read you or summarize his email for what it's worth. In the 4 years we've been building in Berthoud, our fees, including raw water, have almost doubled. Raw water itself has doubled. We're paying about 15,000 more per house than we were just a few years ago, and that necessarily gets passed down to the consumer. My guess, the carrying cost of this raw water purchase would add 3,000 to 4,000 to each lot that he's buying. Those are those little small ones. He says Loveland is going the opposite direction, trying to make permitting less expensive for affordable and attainable homes like his. His big concern is that requiring developers to purchase raw water will guarantee that a small guy like Mission Homes can never develop in town. He said we've been looking at the parcel on south side of town for a small neighborhood of affordable homes. But as a small operation, we absolutely do not have the borrowing power to pull off any raw water purchase.
But you said developer, Mission Homes a builder.
In some cases, they may want to be the developer. They're having a hard time finding lots, and so they're trying to develop their own.
So that's where we could go back to that, no bulk purchases and maybe five or less homes or 10 or less homes, you could do a cash in lieu. So my other point is David is extremely rare type of builder that actually tries to keep the costs low. And I think a builder on average is gonna go to the maximum of the cost.
That's 100% true.
When you
Even
look
with
at the
even with David, for what it's worth, he's keeping the cost of the homes low by building smaller homes, not by selling them below market.
Okay.
And
Has
but
Johnstown's like home price gone up $200,000 over Berthoud's?
have their what?
So Johnstown's saying the cost of the home is gonna have to go up.
No. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
There's still a market price for a home, right?
Right.
And it is what it is. A builder can either absorb that and lose margin, or they can charge more because the market will sustain it. It's one of the two.
Or not build, yeah.
There's no, or they won't build. But I think what you often see, and maybe this is what you're seeing there, it's hard to tell because Johnstown just has a completely different development philosophy than we do, right, in a lot of ways. They highly incentivize commercial development and all kinds of other stuff. They build infrastructure for people in a way that we don't. But a lot of their investors are large. When you think about the commercial development, they're huge commercial developments that are going in. These are not small, kind of one-off.
Yeah.
Smaller projects, and a lot of their housing development projects are very large investors, large capital backing in a different way than maybe even is occurring here. Which is odd to say because it feels like there's a lot of like big national builders here, but from a developer standpoint, most of the developers that we have are local or regional developers. They're not these huge national development firms.
Yeah, okay. My point was Johnstown saying it artificially inflates the price for the builder and then increases onto the homes. Well, we see that
No,
right
I
now.
don't think Johnstown's saying that. David Gregg is saying
David's saying, okay.
that's gonna
Sorry, I'm
increase
getting those
the
confused.
cost of the homes, yeah.
Okay.
What Johnstown said is it increased the cost of the water.
Okay. And I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around doing this and not knowing a future commercial use for an area. And I know we need lodging. Lodging needs a lot of water. No developer is gonna say, well, I'm gonna mark, I know this is gonna need a lot of water. I'm gonna buy this ahead of time. I think they're gonna just not do some of the stuff we wanna see.
We could allow cash in lieu for all commercial development, just as an incentive. Frankly, it's probably easier because like in a platting scenario, when a developer comes in to plat commercial lots, you have no idea what the end user is going to be.
Mhm.
So it's
That's what I'm-
easier to allow cash in lieu for commercial
Yeah,
development.
yeah. And so that's another reason for
Single
the,
family residential is really pretty
might be
straightforward.
another reason for the town to have a separate chunk, not only for regional parks, but we got a plan for, 50 years from now or something, a developer wants to come in with a cool commercial thing. You need the water to be able to do a cash in lieu.
So you're saying set aside a certain amount for commercial.
For
only?
commercial, yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. I can understand that.
Yeah,
Thought
I-
process, yeah.
I think we should do that.
And I think some of that would just tie back to the tiers, right? I mean, it really ends up being how much water do you still have in the bank when you implement that tier, right? Cause if let's say we implement tier 3, which is dedication only, but we still have 4% left in the bank, or or 2%'s enough to support 2 or 3 really solid commercial developments. We still have that wherewithal to allow that cash in lieu for these cool projects that we have in front of us.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of it just depends on how much buffer do you have left when you kick in that tier 3 dedication only policy.
Okay. I guess my only thoughts here are if they have the water, they should dedicate it over. So I really think option 1, if you have it, if you don't, yeah, we'll need some kind of tiered system here. But I worry about the sustainability as I did with this is our current ordinance. It just seems weird that we are pushing this now and down the road, we're gonna tell developers they gotta go find it when the price is gonna be so much higher than it is right now. If that makes sense. So
But again, I think if it helps give you any comfort level, 1, we're gonna continue to buy and develop water. We have $30 million in the bank to do that because we've been collecting cash in lieu, and so we have an obligation to do that. And so we don't see our bank as a finite bank. It could be. I mean, as you said, I've been here a long time. We've been able to acquire some good chunks of water. But not in the thousands of acre feet range.
Right.
We are getting to a place where we have the financial resources in order to do
Right,
that,
yeah.
which is a plus.
yeah, your firm's done great work on this too.
But the other thing is that it will be done at final plat, right? And so developer isn't gonna get, it's not as if they're going to final plat, 500 homes, but then they're never gonna be able to build them because we don't have the water. If we've kicked into tier 2 and it's a 50-50 dedication and cash in lieu, it's because we know we have enough 50%, we have enough water still to sell that 50% cash in lieu before they even have legal lot created. And if they don't have legal lot created, they don't have any entitlement to build anything anyway.
Okay.
So I think there's some, by having a tiered approach, regularly confirming where we're at, and then making sure that when that final plat is approved, it's within the right context of that policy. There is a possibility that 15 years from now, who knows, we could be at a place where we have to go to dedication only, and now those developers have to go out and acquire water, but they'll be doing that prior to having any legal lots created anyway.
Right.
That'll
So
be their
that-
choice, so
okay.
they'll either go out and acquire water and come in and final plat their project, or they won't. And until the town can then develop additional water resources, those
I know, and it's
projects-
hard for us to hold sources for something we don't know what's gonna happen and say, so.
And
I'm
to the
arguing
extent that
against
we can
myself.
bank a ton, we would. I mean, I think we can clearly demonstrate in the context of our comprehensive plan, we have intentions to use a lot of water, right?
Yeah, so here's I'll back up and I'm just gonna use Ludlow here. If there's some things that I wasn't all the way in favor of, but looking back on how we could have done that to incentivize them. Right now, they would just be able to do all cash in lieu. And if we were saying you need to do 50%, that's kind of hard on them.
But they would know that prior to coming in and final platting the rest of their development, so for a large project like that, one of the things that we can do and that we may recommend to you, we're kind of working on some, we're working with them on some options, is to do like a multi-year purchase agreement where we say, look, you're gonna be required to buy X amount from us every year for 3 or 5 years. We're gonna allow you to do that because we believe we have the capacity to do that. That kind of guarantees us a revenue stream to go out and continue to buy and develop more water. It lets them kind of get moving forward with their development, knowing that if we kick into tier 2 or tier 3, after that agreement expires, they're gonna have to go out and find water for the next phase of their development. Because they're not gonna final plat the whole thing at once. They're only gonna final plat pieces of it as they move through the development.
I get worried on that too, that they're just, some developer might just say, I'm out.
They
And then
could.
you're left with an incomplete development. So my point was with Ludlow, if we were saying something kind of scary, like 50% or 100% needs to be dedication, unless you provide these kind of benefits we wanna see. So we're using this as kind of for better development. You could use more cash in lieu.
I think we'd have to be really clear about what the is, in similar fashion to what we did with the service plan policy, right? I
Yeah.
think we'd wanna leave some flexibility. But it would need to be, there'd need to be some specific criteria that we could at least evaluate.
Yeah, architectural design, pedestrian connectivity, stuff like that. Doesn't have to be related specifically to water usage though. Right, Attorney Smith, didn't you say one time that the state doesn't require a rational nexus for water?
I mean, that's beyond anything that the state would impose or that the law would impose.
Yeah, I think in this case, what you're talking about is a policy choice, right?
Yeah.
It's like, we will sell you cash in lieu, but only if you meet the following criteria.
Yeah, okay.
I suppose we could do that.
I think that makes sense to me, but I've been talking too much, so
I have some thoughts.
go ahead, trustee Sorsali.
I appreciate your hybrid idea, Mayor Carspec, about first, if there's historical water, to dedicate it, and if not, move into the tiers. However, I feel like all of this policy is going to end up limiting us as the board and as staff when we have different developments come before us. I feel like it's gonna be so limiting that we're gonna end up excluding things that we want to come into town that we can't facilitate because we've put so much policy in place that we can't be creative. And do some of the things like you were just proposing with different developments. The goal, obviously, of all of this is to secure resources as the town grows and develops. And so I appreciate the concept that we're trying to secure those resources as we grow and it falls back on the developer. However, I don't think this policy is going to help that. I think it's gonna slow development. I think it's going to hurt some good developments, and I think it's gonna limit us in the ability to be creative. But I still wanna pursue other options. I still wanna pursue options that is going to increase our portfolio and make sure that we're not outgrowing our ability to provide that resource. Does that make
Yeah,
any
and
sense?
I get your point, and it would slow growth if you did all dedication policy. It just what you're saying, I guess we're just talking back and forth here. We're limiting options, I'm sure we would be somewhat, but I don't know what great options that would be, right? We're kind of projecting that we'd have these great options or great development opportunities.
That's what we don't know.
Right.
Right, and I think that's the
And
challenge.
I just went off my our experience being on the board, these haven't been stunning developments, you know? So we could use this as a way to say, no, about to say a home builder, that's that person, if you want to use something better, then we give you more dedication. No, I see your point though, I think you're definitely right, it would slow down development and it'd make developers a lot more angry, but I don't work for them.
I have a couple thoughts, questions. Where did the 92 and 98% come from? I know you said it's more art than science, but
Yeah.
where's that thought?
Sure, I mean, the 92%, requiring the 50% water dedication, I mean, kind of gets back to the concept Chris was explaining that once you get into that tier, you're now getting 50% dedications for each of these increments that you're increasing your water commitments as well. So you're likely to be in that tier for a long time, right? Because as you accept those dedications, you're kind of probably hovering around that 92% area for quite some time at that point. So that was the idea there, it was far enough along that you're starting to get towards the upper end of committing, your firm yield, but you're leaving enough space where you could probably coast along in that tier for quite some time and still be committing new development and, advancing new development within the town. The 98% is really it's basically a kind of benchmark of you're very close to 100, obviously, and understanding that there's some variables in the numbers that you're using to even determine that percentage that, gets you to a place where you could be secure that you're, potentially leaving a chunk of water for the town's own use or for other types of future use, but not overcommitting yourself for development.
So I get the concept, I'm just wondering sorry to press, but where did 92 and 98 come from?
Yeah, no, I mean,
We pulled it out of the air.
yeah, and I mean, I think that gets to.
I don't mean to be flippant about it,
No,
but we
yeah.
just picked numbers that we felt
Appreciate
like
the
gave us a
honesty, yeah.
reasonable buffer.
Okay.
We're making a reasonable informed decision. I don't mean that we just like picked something, but I mean, there's no science to it per se, other than 8% probably represents 3 to 4 years worth of additional development if nothing else changes. And so some of that, but so much that's driven by if we're issuing 500 single family home permits every year, then that 92 to 98% buffer goes away in a year and a half or 2 years, right? But you know, on average, we're probably in that 250 range, right? Even in like a pretty solid market. So that buys us another 4 to 5 years worth of development. While we're figuring out the water situation to increase to the next, you know, to bring the tier back down, right?
That's
So
what I was looking for,
so
perfect.
that's kind of where it comes from.
So we have at the moment, full cash in lieu. Did I hear you correct, Chris, that you said you recommend option one, full dedication?
No, option one is only dedication of historical water rights. But yes, I recommend option one. So that's not full dedication for new developments, that's just any water that was historically used on the property should be dedicated at the time of annexation.
Okay, so going back to the mayor's comment of some hybrid of option one and two.
Option one and two really, we probably shouldn't, maybe in retrospect, we should have not listed them as if they're sequential. They're independent of each other, right, really, right? There's option A and option B, maybe is a better way to look at it. But like, option one is independent of option two.
Right, so that's back to, so Ludlow would have to dedicate, but what would Wilson Ranch do under option one?
They are already annexed into the town, so they, you know, we've
Okay.
kind of missed that boat.
But with a new Wilson Ranch, a new area with no water.
Yeah, they would be, well, so
Then they, that's what Jeff's question is, so then you'd have to jump to option two with them somehow?
option two applies regardless.
Independent, it could be option one and option two.
Yeah, it would almost certainly be option one and two. We're saying at a minimum, we do option one. We make that code change to require water dedication of any historical water rights at annexation. That's an easy ordinance
Okay.
change. We should do that. Option two then happens after annexation, right? And it's, you know, if we have enough water in our bank, like we do today, at that 92 and 98% tier, if we change the tiers, that changes the conversation. But today, the way we proposed it, that would allow us to continue to sell cash in lieu for any project, commercial, residential, industrial, it's irrelevant. Up until the point we hit that 92% level. Once we do, then when you come into final plat a project, anything that had been final platted prior to that, I think we would expect to continue to sell cash in lieu for that project. I think that's fair, right? But anything that comes in to be final platted after we hit that 92% tier, we would ask the board to adopt a resolution that would require 50% dedication prior to that final plat being recorded. So at least half of that water would be dedicated to the town. Right. And they can buy cash in lieu for the other 50% at the time of building permit, or they could buy it in a chunk if they wanted to, for that final plat. And then once we hit that 98% tier, nothing else gets final platted unless they dedicate 100% of the water necessary to serve that project.
So this makes sense to me now. I didn't quite understand A, B.
Yeah,
versus
sorry,
those either
yeah,
or.
in retrospect, the
So how do we?
one and two seem is misleading.
Right, so okay, so I fully support what you guys have proposed here with the question of how can we, I don't know the answer to this, but can you track the water rights on properties to make sure that developers aren't, or landowners aren't divvying off some years and, you know, prior to knowing that you're gonna come in for an annexation request?
Not being an attorney, so the two attorneys in the room can smack me, but I don't think we really have an ability to limit their right to sell.
No, but can you
the
track
water.
it so we know there's a water sale on the property 5 years ago?
Yeah.
It's not trackable in the same way you can go to your clerk and recorder's office, right, and see every transaction associated with the land parcel, because water rights don't have to be recorded in the property records like land transactions do. So there's not an easy way to track that in that same way.
Can you go to water court filings or anything?
Not necessarily, I mean, sometimes there are no water court filings, right?
Oh, okay.
There would need to be, just depending on where the end use of the water is, yeah.
And there are times when people sell property but don't sell the water rights with the property that have been historically used on it, they just keep them, right? And then, so you don't actually know that the water's been kind of quote taken off the property because it was never sold, right? The water stayed with the original owner, but the property sold, right? That happens too.
It's not a perfect process.
It's not. It really isn't.
Okay. All right, that's different.
And so, you know, there are, I appreciate some of the comments about, you know, the potential to limit future development. I think, you know, that is a possibility. I think that there's a lot of times though, in a policy like this, it's very difficult to forecast kind of what does that really look like and, you know, what kind of projects are we gonna miss out on. And so instead, I think what we want to do is, you know, if you implemented phase two, or tier two, excuse me,
if you implemented tier two via resolution, that resolution will be written to instruct the town staff to require 50% of all water needed for a project to be dedicated at final plat, unless extraordinary circumstances were present at the discretion of the town board, right? So there would still be some flexibility built into that, where if somebody came in and said, hey, I got this really just, awesome commercial project that we all go bonkers over, and they say we cannot, there's no chance we can provide 50% of dedication for this project, you would still have the ability in that tier. We would write it in such a way that you would have that flexibility to say, okay, these are some extraordinary circumstances, and this is an extraordinary development, and we're gonna allow cash in lieu for 100% of it. So, I don't think we would handcuff ourselves. I think that would be irresponsible also, because then you would potentially limit the town's opportunity to then go out and prioritize a really awesome project.
Yeah, like a Great Wolf Lodge, like
If they showed up and they needed, 200 acre feet,
Or
we would wanna make that happen.
Yeah,
right?
and you
I
want
mean,
a set aside amount, so it's not 20 years from now, say, sorry, we're at 98%.
That's right.
Good level.
I'm just wondering, is our buffer enough?
And, I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm just talking aloud of, is 98% enough buffer to allow us that discretion in those cases?
I think the answer to that is yes, but again, it's tough to project, right? Because it really depends on what gets brought in. That 2% buffer might be plenty for a really cool commercial development that doesn't use a lot of water. Maybe it's not enough for, the mayor mentioned Great Wolf Lodge, like a huge indoor water park, I don't know. So there is a risk
I picked the
associated
worst
with that.
example.
But, yeah, no, it's a good example because it's probably a super high water user, right? And I think, but it's also a really cool project that maybe we wanna see in town and might generate a lot of revenue and opportunity, so
Is that
I think it's a good
2%
example.
for that, for regional parks and also for climate change, or is it?
So our firm yield is, in the context of, significant environmental challenges, right? Multi-year droughts, impacts associated with climate change. What water do we really reasonably expect to be firmly available every year?
Okay.
Because we actually own a lot more water than is our firm yield, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
okay, so
at
that's
least at least in terms of what's available for average yield. So this is actually a very conservative approach anyway, right? We typically have access to more water than what our firm yield is.
That's right. I
Yeah,
mean,
we
just
use
to
when we
put
don't.
a little context to that, so I mentioned, currently, based on that 2022 analysis, you're at 82.3% of firm yield. Well, under that same analysis, at maximum utilization of the town, just the existing water rights that were considered in that analysis that's now a year old, you're at only 64% of the town's firm yield. So you still have a lot of room to grow into the water resources you have through these water supply development projects that we're pursuing. And again, those are being pursued at, a unit cost that's below your current cash in lieu value. So that's how you balance the unit cost of going out and acquiring new water rights on the market to continue to provide new water for the town, is by continuing to pursue those development projects that bring new water to the town, just based on the water resources that you already own, right? And just more efficient use of those water resources.
Okay, so, yeah, I just reiterate Trustee Butler's point, it would be good to have an amount that has climate change in it, which sounds like it does. A buffer for other town things we want to pursue that could be irrigation intensive. We shouldn't limit future boards just for development. And not only town uses, but potential commercial uses too that we do want to attract.
And I do think it's reasonable to set aside water for future projects. Good example could be the Arboretum at Wagner Farm Park.
Right,
And
yeah.
saying, this is something that we're kind of envisioning today. We want to make sure that we've got, 20 acre feet of water to be able to develop this park in the way that we want to. And kind of zero that out from the calculation. That's not a hard thing to do. To kind of create our own bank for our own projects that maybe we don't have.
Instead of 0.4, we just say 0.5, and one of that goes to the town.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry,
Something like
I
that.
keep talking because this is actually really
Well,
interesting.
and I think the important point is, if there's an overarching message in my prior presentation in March, was that the town has sort of maximum discretion under its current policy, right? To either require water dedication or accept cash in lieu. Your good comments about the percentages we're setting for these tiers and your remarks about restricting that discretion, I think show that you are kind of implementing a categorical system over the top of that discretion with these tiers that does potentially limit your ability to incentivize certain development depending on where you are and, you know, what tier you're in at the time that development comes down the pike, right? So that's what this would be implementing. It's kind of tightening things up and putting a more mechanical overlay on the way your water dedication policy would be implemented with respect to any given project that comes in front of the town. So it's an important thing to consider. I mean, if you want to retain your sort of maximum discretion to incentivize the kind of development you want and have that sort of control, then really what you probably want is just, you know, for Chris to be reporting to you all on these projects as they come in and for you to be considering these things as those projects come in, and then just considering that and how you implement the water dedication policy in any given instance, right? But you do have that pretty substantial discretion and kind of maximal discretion right now under your current policy, and this would be a tightening up of that into, you know, more hard numbers that you would be applying to any particular project and into the portfolio overall. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Well, yeah, go ahead, I'm talking.
Oh. I just had some questions and comments on it. You know, I think looking at it that way as a sort of safety overlay over our discretion as a town, I think is a good way to look at this policy. And I know we want to incentivize certain things. Maybe we can, you know, apply that caveat to policy too. But just some thoughts. I'm fully supportive of option one and the dedication of historical water resources. I think that's a no-brainer. I think we should go forth with that policy in some form or another. Talking about the 6 months reporting, I think it would make sense to tie that in maybe with the budget discussion, you know, do it at the same time. Talking about the tiers, I almost feel like it'd be beneficial to have additional tiers. We're talking 3 right now, having 5 where maybe we're talking 25, 75, 75, 25 for dedication versus cash and lieu. Just some more nuance to that dial. And then talking about this, you know, say we go forward with option 2, staff would report, you know, our firm yield for numbers for the summer. Obviously, we would retain discretion, say we cross these thresholds. We do not have to necessarily pass a resolution to execute on, say, the dedication policy, correct?
Right.
Okay. So for me, I feel like these are very good safety limitations that we can use to check ourselves. But obviously, if circumstances are different, if we have resources that are being developed that are on their way, we can obviously take that into account when these thresholds are crossed. What those thresholds are, you know, 92, 98, I think is a worthwhile discussion. I could go lower on those to give ourselves additional cushion or retain them as is, you know. I'd be interested in that discussion, but I think just putting this safety overlay that checks the water security of the town of Berthoud in the long term is really kind of the ultimate interest in this policy, where we're just looking at where we're at regularly, in a way that's focused more on the security of our supply than necessarily the incentives we want to move around. I think we all really understand the significance of moving away from cash and lieu and the disadvantages that has. But I think the real premise and focus of this whole policy should be focused around the ultimate ends of our resources and when we're bumping into our ultimate security with the firm yield. So
Yeah,
if that makes sense, that those were just
I
kind
think
of
that's the whole reason this
some
agenda
thoughts,
is here, absolutely.
you know.
Thank you. So you're also in favor of option one, no matter what?
Yeah, yeah.
I think,
I'm in favor of both.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I keep getting that wrong too. Both.
It's all good.
it just occurred to me as Trustee Murphy was talking, and I think I've fallen prey to my own thinking. But what we're talking about, I think it's important to remember that what we're talking about is not modifying our ordinance. We're talking about adopting a resolution and implementing a policy for how to administer an ordinance that's already on the books. And even that 98% tier really isn't that critical today. What's really more critical is what's that first, when do we go to tier 2 is really the important decision today. And not, and I don't necessarily mean tonight, but just, in the context of the discussion right now, what's really more important is when do we go to 50-50 or 25-75 or whatever? Because you could change the policy again via resolution the next week, right? And it doesn't require any notice, it doesn't require a change in code, because the code already says we can accept cash in lieu or dedication at our discretion. What you're doing is limiting our discretion for when that happens based on we've hit a certain point. And so I wouldn't get too hung up probably in retrospect. We were trying to think through like what's the best way to implement this, right? But I wouldn't get hung up even a lot on the 98%, because once we hit 92%, if that's the trigger that we choose, and we go to 50-50, we're gonna have some time to kind of monitor and see how that goes before you ever decide to kick into full dedication. You might go, hey, we've got a 95%, and we already feel like we're going too fast. We're changing the policy via resolution, and the town will no longer have discretion to accept cash in lieu without board approval, and everything goes to 100% dedication. You could choose to do that tomorrow if you want. So again, I think in retrospect, this has been really helpful, I think. But I think as Trustee Murphy was talking, it just kind of clicked in my mind that 98% is really less critical. What's more important is at what point do we say we don't have the discretion to do cash in lieu anymore as a 100% solution for the project. I think 92% is actually probably a pretty solid number, because that's gonna give us several years to kind of implement that 50-50 policy and see how that works and see what water we're able to develop, and then the board either will come to you or the board will say, hey, we've got it in place and we're going to 100% dedication. But it's just what's that trigger, right?
Yeah, and as you point out, Trustee Murphy, I mean, if there's any benefit of the conversation, the presentation today, these percentages give you some benchmarks to be thinking about these potential changes in policy. But if we do these periodic analyses, at some point we'll be coming to you and saying, we did the analysis this time, we're at 93%, so let's have the discussion, right? Do you actually want to move into this next year? It wouldn't be a mechanical application of the town code or anything like that. It would be a policy change that you all would be considering approving by resolution at that time. So maybe I say, well, we're at 93%, but within the next 6 months, we think we're gonna be done with this water supply development project. So we really don't think we're gonna be at 93% for more than, 6 months, and we really think we're gonna have a significant bump in the town's water supply after this one project gets approved. Then it might change your policy directive at that time, right? And so that's all still open to your discretion and consideration when you might consider a resolution to apply the policy in a specific way.
And I do think we would also start to report to you every 6 months now where we're at, right? So if we're at 83% or 84%, we'll just report to you every 6 months and kind of like know where we're at. And then the simple, as Attorney Smith appropriately kind of mentioned to me just a second ago, you could have a downturn in the economy and we go from 300 permits a year to 50, some major downturn in the economy, and suddenly being at 96% doesn't seem that critical, and we want to make sure that, the town doesn't just implode overnight, and you might say, hey, we don't want to deal with that right now, and, continue to do what we need to do. I think we'll always have that flexibility. What's really actually important is that we have some kind of trigger points that kind of force the conversation, but don't require it. It's not this mechanical switch that flips. And that we report to you every 6 months about where we're at. That actually makes more sense in
I
retrospect.
think whoever's at the board at that time, it's such a political decision.
It is.
I mean, you're gonna have developers here.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, as soon as developers got wind that we were considering 50-50 dedication, Dave Gregg's the only one that officially reached out and asked me to kind of share his thoughts with you.
Yeah.
But I heard from several of them, like, you're gonna destroy everything. And I was
Right.
like, the sky is not falling, and I'm not that dumb, but I hear you, and I understand the concern, so.
It's not gonna get any easier.
No, it's not.
My concern isn't the developer. My concern is that we're taking, the policy's almost preventing us from taking a discretionary look at each different development as it comes in and say, like, I don't see why we couldn't look at a development and say we need to require more dedication because of the scale of this development. Like, we need to be requiring more dedication in my opinion. Like, we want to see those resources. But I think by putting this other policy on top of it, we're limiting staff and the board from being able to have those discretionary conversations with each development. And the 6-month analysis is awesome, except that we're almost putting us in the seat of the experts every 6 months. Yeah, I don't think we should be doing that, because I don't think every 6 months, new trustees coming in are gonna have, I barely have a grip on this concept, I've been here almost 4 years. And I feel like if we're bringing this constantly back to the board, we're gonna have some confusion and some differing opinions. So I strongly disagree with this, not because it's not a good intention. I think it's going to create more problems than solutions. And I think I would like to keep exploring it, but I don't think this is going to answer the issue of addressing the resource that we need appropriately. I think it's gonna have some unintended consequences.
You're saying this is kind of, we're still using our current policy, but adding, or ordinance, this policy kind of limits our hands, is that what you're kind of saying?
Yes.
By only, this
Right.
formula is the only thing we're looking at?
Right, and getting us too involved in some ways in that process. Whereas if there's, I agree with it, that there should be a trigger where we say our resources are hitting a certain threshold that are concerning and we need to approach this differently. So I agree with the threshold with our water resources, but I don't know that we know what that is right now, what that threshold looks like, or how we can communicate to you that we need you to come to us when we're approaching a dangerous threshold and we need to stop development if we have to, and say, until we can acquire certain resources, this can't continue
But I do
with
think,
cash and money.
I appreciate where you're coming from. I think your comments are really spot on. I think the one caveat to all of that is that this is still 100% discretionary from the board, right? There is no policy being adopted at this point that would limit our hands, right? What we're suggesting is that when we hit this kind of 92% trigger, right, when you're saying we need you to let us know when we're getting kind of dangerously close to that buffer. 92% is not dangerously close, but it's close enough that we want to say, hey, this might be the time to start saying 50-50. The board still has the discretion. Your hands are not being tied. There's no requirement that you do that. This is not a code change. This is purely a discretionary action of the town board to implement policy. So I think there's some good news there. The alternative is that we continue to do exactly what we do now, which is really the ultimate discretion. The policy is ultimately discretionary because it says we can do either or at our own sole discretion. We've chosen right now to allow, our discretion is that we allow developers to buy water for final platted lots at our current cash limit price. And they can bank those, sell them, use them when building permits are pulled. That is kind of the ultimate discretion. In either case, I think what this whole entire conversation has brought forward is that we need to have a better regular check-in with the board to say this is where we are.
It's not really us providing feedback, but it's just you saying as an expert, this is where we are.
And I think what we're also trying to do is kind of put the developers on notice that there may be a time in which cash in lieu as 100% of your option goes away.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the thought process here, is that we're saying there may be a trigger point where the board says 50-50, right? And so that's part of the idea of putting this policy out there and putting it on paper in some way, shape, or form. But in no instances would that tie your hands, because we're not even changing code. And you could change the policy tonight and then change it at your next meeting 2 weeks from now via resolution. And I don't think that would be unreasonable or inappropriate. Well, it might be unreasonable, but it wouldn't be inappropriate, right?
Right,
So,
wouldn't be illegal. Okay.
you'll have that discretion to change your mind overnight, unlike an ordinance that is, there's much more procedure involved, there's ability for it to be challenged. There's all these things that have to happen in order to change the law. We're not changing the law, we're just changing how we apply the law with your direction.
Right.
Via resolution. So we're not tying your hands and your hands aren't tied. Does that
Right.
make sense?
We have so much flexibility under our current policy, right?
We have-
If it's our discretion, we could say you have to bring water with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We
that's
have
right.
imminent flexibility under our current policy.
I like how you phrase it though, this is kind of putting them on notice, letting them know this is generally how we're looking at it now.
And I think, so that gives then a developer who's working on a project or who's evaluating a project, they can go back to the last time we came, every 6 months, whenever they're working through their project. If we're coming to you every 6 months and saying, this is where we're at. We've talked about in the past that when we get to 92%, that we would consider going to 50-50 cash and lieu. You'll still have the right to say yes or no, that would be the board's discretion at the time. But the developers understand as they're going through that process, that if we're at 91% 6 months ago, and they wanna come and submit a final plat, they should know that the board very well may change the policy to say 50-50 dedication, right? So that everybody's going in eyes open. That's really the point of saying, what is the framework under which we might do that? It's not so much to tie our hands, but for me, it's much more about how do we get that out to the world so that, because if we came in tonight and said, hey, we want to change 50-50 dedication, we want you to vote yes on the resolution tonight, and you guys said yes, and the developers have never heard anything about it, there's a lot of people that are investing a lot of money that might really change the conversation for them, and that would be a real problem. So having this framework in place, it's really frankly years out, but starts to let developers know this is kind of the direction you might head. It just kind of provides that clarity, I think, in the process.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist
They should
now,
know that if it-
where it's
if it's
ultimate
ultimate,
discretion, right?
If it's out there.
Because even for ultimate discretion right now, there are a lot of developers who have said, are we going to be able to buy cash in lieu for our entire project? And I'm like, I don't know, you have 1,800 units, you might not finish those for 15 years. I'm not gonna promise you that you're gonna get cash in lieu for 100% of that project, so you should assume that at some point in your project, you're gonna have to bring us water.
Yeah.
I've been telling them all that, just because I think that's a reasonable approach. But having some, at least some policy framework, not even a trigger point, but like a policy framework, just allows me to say to the developer, well, look, we're at 82.5% right now. The board's prior discussion is that at 92%, we would likely implement a 50-50 policy. So that gives you some idea about where you're at in your project and how long you think you might be able to develop under the cash in lieu system.
With the
that
changing
make
cost of
sense?
things, this could be an opportunity to present that to the board as well as a cash in lieu adjustment.
Absolutely.
Annual basis. Does that help you out, Adele? Doesn't have to. but-
It's close, I think there's so many variables in each development, we're gonna see that having a standard policy or that we're just falling to, I think it's gonna limit you.
For what it's worth, we have a standard policy today, it's just more flexible. So, and I think you're right.
I would call them guidelines,
But-
these aren't even, if it's ultimately our discretion.
Yeah, it's like parlay, it's really more of a guideline. Sorry, bad movie, but no, yeah, I mean, what we have today, it says, cash in lieu or dedication at our discretion. And the way we've implemented that at staff levels, you can't buy it unless you have final platted lots. Because we do have developers that come in and right after the neighborhood master plan, they're like, I wanna give you $20 million for all the water for my project. Not gonna happen. I think that's irresponsible on our part, right? To tie up a whole bunch of water for a project that's not even actually approved, right? So we currently implement the system already as, if you don't have final platted lots, you can't buy water. That's the discretion we exercise on the way the law is currently.
Yeah, then I don't know, trustee Sorcelli's point, if there is we might be limited, or maybe we just don't know.
And it's hard because, projects take 5 to 20 years to come into place, so if we put something in place to test it out and see if it's effective, we've affected 15 years worth of development. You know, that's where it has to be something that we're really careful, I feel like we have to be careful.
Any other thoughts? Sorry. Do you have any questions?
I don't think so. Just want to be clear about next steps. It sounds like we're in favor of option one.
Yeah, it seems like we're unanimous in option one.
Can I clarify on that though? If based on option one, if we require the dedication and they don't have it, then we will not take the annexation.
They'll have the
you'll-
discretion.
Yeah, you'll never draft the ordinance that way.
Okay.
The
Just wanted to
ordinance isn't
clarify.
going to lock you in that way, because annexation is the place where you exhibit and have, under state law, the most discretion you'll ever have. What that does is it puts all the future annexing parties on notice that this could be the situation that they might face. So it's,
And we'll write the ordinance in such a way that it requires the developer to dedicate historical water rights that have been used on the property, but it's
Yes.
not gonna require the town to only accept that as the option. Does that make
Exactly.
sense? The ordinance will be written to put the onus on the developer, but not tie our own hands to be able to make whatever decision the board wants. Does that make sense?
I think, yeah,
Yes.
because clarification is the difference what we do with Longmont do, if you have more water than you need.
Right. And yeah, I'm about 90% sure the answer there is if there's more water to be dedicated than is needed for the development, then the town has to give, you know, a commensurate amount of credit for the excess amount. And then that would fit very well with the way your system already works, where those are credits that are freely transferable for other developments within the town, right? So they can be sold for value, but not just anywhere, right? It has to be for development for the town.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, any other points, questions, staff? All feel good? Clear as mud?
Yeah, sure. So we'll work on the code changes for option number one and bring an ordinance to you all implementing that option. And happy to, you know, discuss, take any further questions you guys have when we present that. And then for option number two, it sounds like we're on board with the periodic review and analysis, but still, I mean, we'll still report to you where we are periodically in that analysis, and then it'll still be an open discussion whether that merits any policy change at any given point or not, right?
Yeah, or we could have this conversation again when you come back with clarifications on one, but we just need more breadth in the packet, you know, it's hard to read the options. They're really brief, right, you know, I get why it was a presentation, but two, they weren't the same as what you presented on.
Sure. They were the same, we took one of them out.
Yeah, you took one out, right, yeah. Sorry.
But I think your point's good. And, you know, again, I think the code change is clear, it'll require an ordinance. Everything else is policy decision anyway, so we can talk about it every 2 weeks if you want.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I guess we don't, yeah,
there's still a lot
I
of
get your
flexibility.
point, I don't think we have to have that conversation. Kind of had that tonight, sounds like.
Right, and you'll have it when we present the analysis, right, as we do that periodically.
When we do the analysis, yeah.
Cool.
Great.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
All right. But Mr. Rogers sing that song? Period? No. There's another way to do it, right?
That's a good one.
Let's go on to reports here. Let's start off with trustee Ayers.
There was a joint meeting of the Port and Tree Committee 2 weeks ago. We got a 30,000-foot view of the plans for the Arboretum. There's a lot of public comment. Most of it centered around two issues. One, do we have enough water to have the trees, but also some sort of farmland for show. And then the second main one was the designs had these sort of reverse hills, so ponds were being dug and trails were being dug, and that land was being put back on the Arboretum to make sort of two-tiered pathways across, so that the upper tier could have good views of the mountains, and the lower tier would be more of a park walk through the trees. And I think the comment on that was to be careful with the design so that it didn't take away from the agricultural tradition of the property. So those comments were taken and plans will be altered and presented again at some point in the future. It looked good. There were trees everywhere. There was a big farm section up by the rec center that sort of gave signage and history lesson about the farm, about the family, that sort of thing. So it was actually a really cool project the way it was all presented. But like I said, comments were taken and it's going to be renovated and presented to us again. So I look forward to it moving forward because it's going to be hopefully a pretty cool project right around the corner of town. So.
Fantastic, thank you. Trustee Sardelli?
I just wanted to reiterate thanks to the town for the fireworks display and that event, and it's been several years in the making and ironing out things, but it seemed seamless this year, so thank you for all the hard work. That was it's just a great amenity to our community that we didn't have before, so I appreciate it. And then also the update on Town Park, I got excited about that because it's like we made these goals and these strategic goals, and as we accomplish them, it feels like we're, we go through so many different iterations of things, but when we make progress, I just get excited. So thank you for all the hard work and working with us and putting up with us and all the different things that come up. So I just wanted to thank staff.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Trustee Hardy?
Earth and Main Street, we'll be having a meeting towards the end of the month here to start planning some of our winter activities. Things like Small Business Saturday, Christmas Parade, Snow Fest. If there's anybody that's interested in joining in the planning and organization, contact me through the Main Street email. Be great. We discussed a little bit of what happened at Historical Preservation last night. Today's meeting with the agenda item of the 348 property. And then another thing that came up was having difficulty filling the last 2 seats on a board of 7 with Historic Preservation. So we still have 2 seats available there. But one thing that was discussed was to get a quorum. Our current quorum status is based on the number of seats that are available, and not the number of seats that are filled. So I was wondering if we can make a policy change on what qualifies as a quorum to we could do seats filled and/or Historic Colorado really only requires us to have a board of 5. So maybe put a policy in that committees can have a minimum board of 5, some sort of hybrid of those 2 or something. We can review our committee requirements for that sort of thing.
I think there's an easy fix where we would just modify the committees to say that a quorum is a majority. Well, I would still say that we'd say that's 5 minimum.
Yeah.
But that you could have up to 7 members of the committee. So if there was only 5 seats filled, 3 would still constitute a quorum. But that you could have up to 7. I think we could make that change pretty easy. I think that'd be a good fix because we have had a hard time recruiting for HVAC. And we had previously had a hard time getting the tree committee filled, so.
Announce supervisor?
Announce supervisor, yeah, so I think we can make some easy changes.
So that was kind of the discussion that we happened. CML was last week. I love going to CML. I learned so much about improving myself as a trustee at one of those meetings. Next year I'll be in Loveland. I'd like to propose a recommendation. Maybe I'll start planning now because it's June 18th to the 21st. I remember right dates off the top of my head. So start planning now because it's just going to be 10 minutes away. I'd like to propose that the town offer the registration availability to all board members as usual, but also planning commission to attend because we do have some pretty interesting topics. And this year my theme is pretty much affordable housing, being creative with that, but I like the term that somebody used in one of the
meetings and they say attainable housing because affordable housing tends to be taken the wrong way. I think it's deep restrictions and slums and things like that, but attainable housing or middle housing was another big term that was used. We need to build more of the middle. I've got a whole lot of things here that I wrote down, it's just kind of highlights. I'd like to maybe request that maybe we do a study session sometime to discuss topics of really reviewing our code, making sure that we don't have any hurdles in place that do offer the small lot developments. Kind of what I brought up tonight with Vantage was there a reason why we chose duplexes versus a small single-family home? And this was also brought up in a lot of topics was, yeah, sometimes the lot sizes aren't small enough to build these middle homes. So make sure your lot sizes are flexible. Kind of reference that in the sidewalk statement, sidewalk review as well, because Old Town Berthoud, all the lots were divided into 25-foot widths, but you could build a single, or you could build two, or you could build four. So maybe if we start maybe changing how development kind of worked in the old days, maybe we could have those small lots taken care of. But the minimum size lot that came up a lot was 26 feet. So just, I'd like to have a study session where we review, make sure that we've got some really creative options for building that middle housing. Diversification, partnerships with developments, creative solutions, getting housing products that are built for that 30 to 80% AMI, which means just smaller square foot, higher density. Then you also got to find ways to build more affordable housing, things like factory homes or modular homes. I'm not necessarily going to say like a trailer park, but there were some pretty nice looking trailer park style homes, a single 14-foot by 70-foot type trailer looking home, but they were built in neighborhoods kind of like what we saw tonight for Vantage. But because of how they laid them out, they looked, street front sidewalks and everything. It was really, really nice. Things that came up as also that were hurdles for affordable or attainable housing were HOAs, metro districts, and construction defects laws. I'd really like to review, make sure that we've got good plans in place for all of those that do with those. One thing I put down, the big caps underneath that was metro districts should be able to pay for affordable housing. And so things that we need to put in place to do things like that are creating a housing authority or a urban renewal authority type program that we could maybe have things like metro districts or HOAs pay into to help offset those costs. A lot of communities that were in some of these were investing in their own communities and buying up land, like how we were doing like our open space, and then being the developer and partnering with developers to bring in low-cost housing. There were several school districts that were mentioned about how they were taking extra land for their schools and taking as minimal as 2 acres and building housing units for teaching staff for families that were in great need. They talked about creating starter, middle, and end homes. So the starter home being a condo or middle home being a townhome or a duplex. Prop 123 was brought up as well for creating financing options. It seems like there's quite a bit of about $152 to $180 million available there that is going mostly unused. And so, yeah, I just want to basically have that conversation, like a study session maybe, and just figure out what are Berthoud's housing barriers. What's stopping us from encouraging developers building that middle housing?
The good news is we have probably the most progressive land use code in Colorado with respect to housing diversity. Certainly along the Front Range. So we already require all developers to include middle housing in every project. So, yeah.
I think we've done a lot, but I think we can do more. And I did mention that in some of our sessions, and they were like, great, you guys are already ahead of the game.
Yeah, basically every requirement they were going to try to impose in Prop 123, we already have in our code. So
cool.
We're way ahead of the game. But yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great to share that with you guys in more detail.
I would be for a study session on the housing conversation, and housing authorities or the URAs and the different options available just because we haven't explored that, and I don't know how that would impact our community, and talking about, even just, for example, some of the policies that we have in place that might be limiting our ability to have different types of products or developments in our community. If that's a possibility, if anyone else is.
Yeah, I agree with
That'd
that.
be smart.
Or make it easier to read, because maybe our developers aren't seeing it, maybe it's unclear, so maybe make it.
Every project in town is building townhomes and cottages and duplexes. They're all building them. Every
Yeah.
single one of them.
But it seems like when we get things like apartments, some of the higher density projects like apartment complexes or multifamily building structures, we get pushback from the citizens that get notified within a 1,000-foot thing, stating that it's too high density, so maybe do some public outreach and education on, when we get a product type like this is why, and this is benefit from it. Because one of the benefits of having middle housing is that it creates a workforce, which then goes to the next step that people keep asking us about, like, where's all our commercial, where's all our job type based businesses? And they won't build those things until you have the right housing, because they want to work for us. If we start building $1.2 million homes, that's all upper management. They don't need more upper managers, they need the middle housing people, the system managers and the workforce.
Yeah, I think that's a good part of the discussion. It sounds like we're all in favor of having it. Okay, we can invite Love and Housing Authority too.
Yeah, I think we need to.
Invite Housing Authority or someone that's with
Awesome.
your,
Anything else?
have a good conversation. That's it.
Awesome. Well, those are great CML updates. Thank you. Trustee Butler?
I have nothing to report.
All right. Trustee Murphy?
No, great work by staff. I really appreciate the updates you're sending, Chris. Really helpful for keeping up on things. Especially staff's response to the recent vector testing to the West Nile and what we've got coming with that. Saw that they're striping 4th Street and stuff very shortly, so I'm excited about that personally. But beyond that, I did have a question, bringing up the net zero resolution that I introduced. I just wanted a status check on that.
It's still admittedly on our back burner.
Yep.
So I think we'll need to talk, and maybe this, Mayor Karshbeck and I and Mayor Pro Tem Grace will talk about scheduling some of these issues coming up and just get them officially on the calendar. And just kind of force us to work towards them. Like housing is a big conversation. Those are huge initiatives that are gonna take a lot of time and energy. I'm not sure we're prepared to do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, not immediately, right? But I mean, just looking out and looking, into the next 3 to 6 months of the calendar, we've only got 6 weeks planned ahead of us.
That goes to that goal of having the website that we can all see on the website. It's kind of interface that Sean could have looked up and saw, oh, that's on the back burner.
We do actually have that developed, so I'll be excited to share that with you.
Okay,
guys.
nice.
So that is done. At least the little, the online portal where you can see where everything's at and where there's kind of a, what I call the parking lot.
Yeah.
Maybe what everybody else used to call the parking lot. But anyway,
that's all.
You'll be able to see all that.
Yeah, Tim's CML was great. Tim took great notes the whole time. We had dinner twice and talked about him too, and appreciate it. And you got an award too for the amount of CML credits he's taken. So thanks for that. And being in Loveland next year is going to be really great. And I think we invited planning this year. I don't know, but
I think we did.
Yeah. Next year we can make more of an encouragement to do that. And,
Give team shirts.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Wendy did that.
Especially with it here 20 minutes away.
We could maybe we could get a field trip from CML to David Gregg's projects, because it's an alternative for affordable housing.
I think with them being here local, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. 2 things. One, with the rail district, it's become kind of muddy clear that first it's not going to get a stop. I feel like there's kind of, they're being deliberately vague, but it seems like there's something else going on. They already kind of have a vision of it being on the BNSF line, but going Loveland, Fort Collins, Loveland, skipping Berthoud. And this is all about speed. This has to do with the legislation framework they were given by the state legislature on, and one of them says it has to be comparable with other forms of ground transportation. There's they're going back to the legislature this year, and they're already having conversations with legislatures about different clarifications with the bylaws and whatnot. I met with the MPO last week, and there's a lot of frustration with the MPO members of, especially east of the interstate, if we're going to get taxed for something we have no benefit on. Ours is going to be kind of an interesting one, that we're going to be taxed but not get a stop, but we're still closer than Greeley. So I guess ultimately, I'm hoping that you guys agree that we could bring in 2 of the Front Range Passenger Rail District, and we could ask those questions in person. They've reached out saying, you know, we'd love to get out to communities. And for the most part, they give good presentations, but I think ours might be a good presentation, and then we could tailor some of these questions on what about us, because this was a really kind of unexpected, to me, unexpected update that out of nowhere, our name was just removed from this map, and now it's, wow, we get taxed, but we're just getting a speedy train that's going through town. It doesn't seem to be fair. It seems to be kind of the worst case situation.
And then remind them why our town is named.
Yeah,
We get
right.
the day, the CML.
You know, Greeley's is bad because they have to pay, they don't see any benefit. Ours is, we don't see any benefit, plus it's going through the middle of our downtown. And yeah, with our history in the rail, it seems like my goal would be maybe that they would consider changing the legislation if they're going back to the legislature anyways, and trying to get rid of that idea of ground transportation, that speed having to be comparable with other forms of ground transportation. And there's history behind this. The last 20 years ago, when this study was all conducted again, it was not based on speed. It was a lot different. Loveland and Longmont had 2 or 3 stops each. It was about connecting communities. So the MPO talked about that as well. Maybe that's another direction that we should just tell them to kind of slow down and not remove us. So great, okay.
Put the station and they will come. How about that?
That's what I think too.
So we can push back, do you think?
Yeah, what?
So you think we can push back a little and?
I think especially if the rest of the MPO is behind it, yeah, I think we either say, we already know our legislatures, we don't need their approval. We don't need the district's approval to try and work around and to get to the legislature. Kurt Meyer and Ryan Armago's saying we need to get a change to this law. I think they are amenable, yeah. I guess I'm trying to phrase it so I think if we bark, they'll be more responsive. But right now we're doing nothing. I feel like, you know, silence equals
That's what
support.
we can do.
Yeah.
Give
But
us,
if we tell them
give us
that,
our marching orders.
Yeah.
I think it is
It's-
important, and you've been on this for a long time, and it's disappointing to see
Yeah,
the turn.
I invited them in for coffee, and that, they were a little open-minded, like, well, you know, we're kind of looking at other opportunities. It's frustrating because I'm on the district board, and a couple has this question of who's making these decisions, you know, that should have been very clear. Anyway, so that's one thing. The other thing, it's just CML. The initial luncheon, the governor was invited to as well, as CML talked about. What was the resolution we were opposed to?
213.
213.
I was gonna say 123, but yeah,
213, so CML gave an award to the Democrat and Republican that did that joint bill to kind of work around 213. And right next to them, while they're giving an award, is Governor Polis. It was cruel. But I didn't even be there. I just heard about it afterwards. It sounded like a nightmare. Anyway, and the governor essentially responded by saying, everything that failed last year, expect to come right back at you next year. So I think we need to be looking at the possibility of another state legislature that isn't really listening, in my opinion, to local governments. So the good news is, though, is that CML is recognizing we have a huge affordability issue. They're already working, I don't know which legislators they're working with, but they said that people that signed on to the last bill but maybe were reluctant now have another opportunity through a CML bill that does provide local preemption, so we still have ultimate control. So that was the good news, is that we're not just opposing, or the CML is not just opposing whatever's coming next. They're saying we want to be proactive here, and either the governor and us work together, or we have 2 different bills coming out. But that was a pretty interesting dynamic, which I actually kind of wish I saw. But that's it. Oh yeah, everything May said. 4th of July is fantastic. They had a couple coming out here from Fort Collins, and they just said, it reminded them, nowhere else, because they just sit, it's very wholesome to them. Even through the park, that you didn't have to pay for coupons for rides and stuff like that. It was just provided by the town. It's pretty incredible. I appreciate that. Bike lanes are really awesome.
We made that intentional decision when we first started the fireworks, that we wanted it to just be a free and open event, and just fun for everybody. And I've had a lot of that same kind of feedback, so
Yeah.
it's great to hear. And we need a lot more food trucks though. That was, we were super excited because we got as many as we did, and then we probably need 3 times the number.
Yeah, no, it's great. And the bike lanes are great too, so.
The Spartan is a little weird.
Spartan's a little weird. I had some
Yeah,
questions,
no,
but I'm not
Spartan,
gonna bring them up. I think I'll, yeah.
We're,
There's nothing on Welsh.
We're evaluating them.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm not sure that I like the way Spartan turned out.
Thanks for moving the sign on Massachusetts.
Yeah. No worries.
It was cleverly hidden in the tree.
Yeah.
Now it's in Fickle Park where you can see it.
Well, that's it for me. In terms of staff.
Nothing for me.
All right. Dang, all right. I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Have a great night. Oh, Sean, we broke the law, even though you tried to save it. You know what, our conversation was over by 10:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I told Ann that I was gonna, during my report, introduce you all to Ton Hillenbrand, who's in the back of the room.
Oh my gosh, well, come, yeah, I guess the meeting's officially over, but.
That's okay. The public,
The public can come in.
they'll be fine.
Thanks for waiting the whole meeting, yeah.
Ton is
You mind
our new,
introducing
Ton is our new senior planner, most recently with Larimer County, but private sector experience and just awesome new addition to our team. So you'll be hearing from her in the future on new developments, and excited to have you.
Welcome, yeah.
I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, it's
I
great to
think
have
the
you.
first time I'll present to you guys is on the 27th.
On the 27th, will be
Awesome. I'll be seeing you then.
Thank you. Ann. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
Oh, I had a report issue.
Have a good night.
Back to the golf course at 6.
Oh, God.